This boy just phased his hand through a grown man's chest and took his heart out, snapped necks at the speed of light. This Naruto looked at the Leaf Village, at every corrupt shinobi, every rogue enemies, and said, "Judge, jury, executioner." Then he put on the white suit, cracked the air like thunder, and got to work.
The first thing you need to understand is that Naruto Uzumaki died at age 8. The boy the hidden Leaf Village knew. The loud, desperate kid who painted the Hokage monument for attention, who screamed for acknowledgement, who begged the world to see him. That boy bled out in an alley behind the red light district on October 10th, the anniversary of the Nine Tails attack. 3 drunk chunin, a broken bottle, a boot pressed against the child's throat. That boy died in the dirt, reaching for a world that had already turned its back on him. Something else woke up. The alley was narrow, garbage piled against both walls. A single lamp at the far end threw orange light across the wet stone. The October air bit through the holes in Naruto's jacket, and the taste of copper sat heavy on his tongue. His lip was split. One eye was swelling shut. His ribs screamed every time the boot came down again. "You know what today is, demon?" The chunin standing over him was a broad-shouldered man with a flak jacket stained dark with spilled sake. 2 others flanked him. One held a broken bottle by the neck. The other was laughing. 8 years since you took everything from us." Naruto tried to speak. The boot pressed harder. The world tilted. "You should have stayed dead," the man said. The broken bottle came down. And then time stopped. Time actually, physically, completely stopped. The bottle froze in midair. The rain droplets hung suspended like glass beads. The chunin's cruel grin locked in place, every wrinkle and pore frozen. The orange lamplight went still. The entire world went silent. Naruto blinked. He could move. He could breathe. He was the only living thing in a world of statues. Then the lightning came. It started behind his eyes, a spark, gold and white, like staring into the sun through a keyhole. Then it spread, racing through his skull, down his spine, through every nerve in his body like liquid fire. Naruto gasped. His back arched off the ground. His fingers clawed at the stone. And the memories hit. They came like a flood breaking through a dam. Not memories of this life, memories of another one. A city of glass and steel, Central City. A badge, a gun, a brother named Jorge who laughed too loud and always burned the coffee. A funeral in the rain. A justice system that let the killer walk free on a technicality. Rage. Grief. A particle accelerator explosion. A storm of lightning, gold like blinding, infinite. The Speed Force. A dimension beyond time, beyond space, beyond anything human beings were meant to touch. Power flooding through every cell. The ability to move so fast that light itself was a crawl. And a name, August Heart. Godspeed. Naruto's body convulsed. His hand began to vibrate. He could see it happening. His fingers blurring, shaking at a frequency that made them translucent, then transparent, then something that was no longer entirely physical. The vibration spread up his arm. Golden lightning crawled across his skin like living veins. The memories kept coming. The white suit, the gold accents, the mask, the voice that echoed like 2 people speaking at once. The criminals who thought they could run, the bodies left behind, the verdict, always a verdict before the sentence. Judge, jury, executioner. The Speed Force was not just speed. It was the fundamental energy that pushed the universe forward. It was motion itself, given will. And August Heart had wielded it like a weapon against everything that was wrong in the world. And now August Heart was Naruto Uzumaki. Or maybe Naruto Uzumaki was always August Heart. Time resumed. The bottle came down. Naruto's vibrating hand caught it. The glass passed through his palm like it was smoke, phased straight through, and shattered against the stone behind his head. The chunin blinked. He looked at his empty fist. Naruto sat up. His one good eye was open. The swollen one had already begun to heal. The Speed Force knitting torn tissue together in real time, the bruise fading like a time lapse in reverse. Golden white sparks danced in his pupils. "What the?" the chunin started. Naruto's hand vibrated faster. He placed it flat against the man's chest. The chunin looked down, then Naruto pushed. His hand phased into the man's body, through skin, through muscle, through the cage of his ribs. His fingers wrapped around something hot and wet and beating. The chunin's eyes went wide. His mouth opened. No sound came out. Naruto looked him in the eye. "You should have stayed home," he said. He squeezed. The chunin dropped like his strings were cut. The other two stumbled backward. One reached for a kunai. Naruto was already gone. A crack of golden lightning. A boom that shattered every window on the alley wall. One of them was suddenly pressed against the bricks, 3 feet off the ground. Naruto's hand around his throat. The 8-year-old boy was holding a grown man off the ground with one arm, and the man's feet were kicking at nothing. The third one ran. Naruto looked over his shoulder. He didn't chase. He vibrated his free hand and whipped it forward. A bolt of speed force lightning, gold and white, crackling searingly bright, arced through the air and hit the fleeing chunin in the spine. The man went rigid. Then he went down. Smoke rose from the back of his jacket. He didn't get up. Naruto dropped the one he was holding. The man crumpled, gasping, clutching his throat. Naruto stood in the alley. 3 bodies around him. Rain beginning to fall again. The golden lightning still flickered across his skin, dancing through his long blonde hair. Hair that fell past his ears, wild and spiky, identical to the face carved on the mountain above the village. Minato Namikaze's face. He looked at his hands. They were still vibrating faintly. He could feel the speed force now, beneath his skin, in his blood, in the space between atoms. It was vast, endless, a raging, howling ocean of energy that connected to something far beyond this world. And it was his. Naruto Uzumaki looked up at the Hokage monument, at his father's face. Then he walked out of the alley. He didn't look back. For the next 4 years, Konoha had 2 mysteries. The first was the boy in the academy. Naruto Uzumaki, age 8 turned 9, turned 10, turned 11, turned 12, stopped being loud. The pranks stopped. The orange jumpsuit disappeared. The desperate, attention-seeking behavior evaporated overnight. In its place was something that made the academy instructors deeply, quietly uncomfortable. Naruto sat in the back of the classroom. Always the same seat. Always the same posture. Leaned back, arms crossed, watching everything with sharp blue eyes that never seemed to blink enough. His blonde hair had grown long and wild, falling around his face in a way that made Iruka Umino's heart clench every time he saw it, because it was Minato. It was the 4th Hokage's hair. The 4th Hokage's jawline beginning to sharpen through the baby fat. The 4th Hokage's eyes, but colder. So much colder. Naruto spoke when spoken to. He answered questions with the minimum number of words required. He passed every test, not at the top of the class, because that drew attention, but solidly in the middle. Forgettable, average, invisible, exactly where he wanted to be. The academy instructors couldn't figure it out. The other students left him alone. Even Kiba Inuzuka, who picked fights with everyone, gave Naruto's corner of the room a wide berth. Animals had better instincts than people. Akamaru whimpered every time they walked past him. The second mystery was the ghost. It started 3 weeks after the alley. A crime lord in the red light district, a man named Genji, who ran half the gambling dens and all of the protection rackets, was found dead in his office. Neck snapped. Door locked from the inside. Windows intact. No signs of forced entry. His 4 bodyguards were dead too. 2 had broken spines. 1 had what the medical examiner described as catastrophic internal disruption to the thoracic cavity. His organs had been scrambled inside his intact body. No one could explain it. The 4th guard was found embedded in the far wall of the room. Embedded. The plaster had cracked around his body like he'd been thrown at several hundred miles per hour. The Anbu investigated. They found nothing. No chakra residue. No scent trail. No footprints. Just 5 dead men and the faint smell of ozone. A week later, a team of rogue shinobi hiding in the forests east of Konoha, missing men from the hidden mist who had been kidnapping travelers along the trade roads, were discovered in their camp. All 11 of them. Dead. Some were burned. Some had broken bones so severe that the fractures looked like the skeleton had exploded from the inside. One was found 200 meters from the camp, pinned to a tree by the sheer force of whatever had thrown him, the bark cratered around his body. A farmer on a nearby road told the Anbu he'd seen a flash of white and gold light in the forest. Like a shooting star, he said. But it moved along the ground, and it was fast. So fast he thought he'd imagined it. The reports piled up. Over months. Over years. A human trafficking ring in the port town south of the Land of Fire. 37 men dead in under 10 seconds. Witnesses described a white figure moving so fast it left after images. Golden lightning, a crack of thunder that shattered the dock, a corrupt feudal lord in a border town who had been starving his people while hoarding grain, found dead in his bed. His door guards hadn't seen anything. A single scorch mark on the floor, shaped like a lightning bolt. A group of bandits who had been raiding caravans, 12 men, armed, experienced, scattered across a mountain pass, all dead. The engagement lasted less than 5 seconds. One of the survivors, the only one left alive, a young woman the bandits had captured, said the figure stopped in front of her. White suit, gold lightning, a mask that covered his entire face. He looked at her. His voice was strange, doubled like two people speaking at once. He said, "Run and stay away from the roads at night." Then he was gone. A crack of thunder, a bolt of gold light, and silence. The Hokage received the reports. Every single one. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in his office, pipe between his teeth, and read them with a furrowed brow. No chakra signatures, no identifiable jutsu. Speed beyond anything on record. Faster than the fourth Hokage, faster than any body flicker technique, faster than anything the Sharingan was designed to track. He called in Kakashi Hake. He called in the Anbu commander. He called in Jiraiya's spy network. Nobody had answers. The ghost of Konoha. That's what the criminal underworld started calling it. A spirit of vengeance that hunted the guilty and left the innocent untouched. Some said it was the spirit of the Yellow Flash, risen from the dead to protect the land of fire. Some said it was a new summoning creature. Some said it was a god. The Anbu codenamed the unknown entity White Lightning. They never once considered that it was a 12-year-old academy student who sat in the back of Iruka Umino's classroom and never raised his hand. Naruto Uzumaki graduated from the academy. He scored exactly in the middle of the class, below Sasuke Uchiha, below Shikamaru Nara, above Choji Akimichi, exactly where he wanted. He accepted his headband from Iruka, who smiled at him with genuine warmth, the only adult in the village who ever had, and tied it loosely around his neck. Iruka tried to take him to Ichiraku Ramen to celebrate. Naruto said, "Maybe next time, Iruka-sensei." His voice was polite. His eyes were already somewhere else. Iruka watched him walk away. The long blonde hair, the quiet confidence, the way he moved, smooth, economical, every step deliberate. "He's so different from how he used to be," Iruka said to no one. He didn't know the half of it. Team assignments came the next week. Naruto was placed on Team 7, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno. Jonin leader, Kakashi Hatake. Naruto heard the announcement and almost laughed. Kakashi Hatake. The copy ninja. The man who had been one of his father's students. The man who had served in the Anbu for over a decade and never once checked on Minato's orphaned son. Naruto remembered every cold night in that empty apartment. Every meal that was expired bread and tap water. Every birthday spent alone. Kakashi had been right there in the village the whole time. The man with 1,000 jutsu couldn't be bothered to learn one child's address. Naruto filed that away. Day 1, training ground 7. Kakashi was late. 2 hours late. Sasuke leaned against the training post with his arms crossed, radiating brooding intensity. Sakura sat on the grass near him, stealing glances and blushing whenever he shifted. They were exactly what they looked like. A prodigy chained to his own rage and a civilian girl who thought being a ninja was about proximity to a handsome boy. Naruto sat on the center log, cross-legged, hands on his knees, eyes closed. His long hair stirred in the breeze. He looked like a painting. He was running calculations. Not about the test. He'd known about the bell test for weeks. Speed force perception meant he could process information at a rate that made other people look like they were thinking through mud. He'd overheard 2 jonin discussing the bell test format in a bar 3 nights ago while he was clearing out a weapon smuggling operation on the east side. The details didn't matter. What mattered was how he chose to play this. Option 1, play along. Be the quiet team player, get the bells through teamwork, graduate normally, maintain the cover. Option 2, remind Kakashi Hatake that the world had moved on while he was reading his little orange book. Naruto opened his eyes. Option 2, Kakashi appeared at 10 o'clock, poof of smoke, hand raised in a lazy wave. "Yo, sorry I'm late, a black cat crossed my path and..." "You're lying," Naruto said. Kakashi paused. His one visible eye settled on Naruto. The boy hadn't moved from the log. His arms were still on his knees. His face was perfectly still. "And you're rude," Kakashi said, his tone light, his eye curving into a smile. But something in the way he looked at Naruto shifted. Just slightly. "Here's the deal," Kakashi continued, holding up 2 silver bells. They jingled in the morning air. "You have until noon to take these bells from me. Anyone who doesn't get a bell goes back to the academy. There are 2 bells and 3 of you. Do the math." Sasuke's eyes locked on the bells, calculating. Sakura looked at Sasuke to see how he was reacting. Naruto looked at the bells, then at Kakashi. Then he sighed. "Start," Kakashi said. Sasuke moved instantly. He launched himself backward into the tree line. Textbook, tactical, exactly what an Uchiha prodigy should do. Create distance, observe, wait for an opening. Sakura followed him because of course she did. Naruto didn't move. Kakashi tilted his head. "You're not gonna hide? Why would I hide?" "Because I'm a Jonin and you're a fresh Genin?" Naruto uncrossed his legs. He stood up from the log, slowly. The morning light caught his hair, and for just a second, Kakashi's breath hitched. The resemblance was insane. The hair, the jawline, the eyes. "Minato." "Let me save you some time," Naruto said. He took one step forward. The world cracked open. Golden white lightning exploded from Naruto's body. Not chakra, something fundamentally different. The air screamed. The grass beneath his feet blackened and flattened in a perfect circle. A shockwave ripped outward from where he stood, and Kakashi felt it hit his chest. Raw force, like a wall of compressed air, pushing his flak jacket tight against his body. Kakashi's visible eye went wide. His hand dropped to his headband. Instinct, pure instinct, honed by 20 years of combat. He yanked the headband up. The Sharingan spun to life. 3 Tomoe, the eye that had copied 1,000 jutsu. The eye that could track any movement, predict any attack, read any. Naruto vanished. The Sharingan saw nothing, literally nothing. One frame, Naruto was there. The next frame, he was gone. There was no blur. There was no motion trail. There was no transition between point A and point B. He simply ceased to exist in one location and... Looking for these? Kakashi spun. Naruto was standing 50 feet behind him. He was tossing both bells up and down in one hand. The bells jingled with every toss. Kakashi's hand flew to his hip. The bells were gone. The strings had been cut. He hadn't felt it. The Sharingan hadn't seen it. In the trees, Sasuke Uchiha's jaw dropped. Sakura made a sound like a mouse being stepped on. Kakashi stared. His Sharingan spun and spun, trying to analyze, trying to process, trying to find any trace of what had just happened. Chakra residue, movement echo, anything. There was nothing, just the faint smell of ozone and 2 scorch marks in the grass. One where Naruto had been standing, one where he was now. "How?" Kakashi started. "You're too slow, Hatake." Naruto said it like he was reading the weather. Kakashi felt something he had not felt in a very long time. Something cold in the bottom of his stomach. Not fear exactly, recognition. He had fought in wars. He had faced S-rank missing Nin. He had seen his sensei fight. Minato Namikaze, the fastest shinobi alive, the Yellow Flash himself. This was faster. This was so much faster that comparing it to the Yellow Flash was an insult. The Flying Raijin was a space-time ninjutsu. It required seals. It required markers. It had rules. What Naruto just did had no seals. No markers. No rules. He moved from point A to point B through pure, raw, physical speed. And he did it so fast that the greatest tracking eye in the shinobi world couldn't register a single frame of the movement. That was impossible. Naruto tossed the bells. One arced through the air towards Sasuke's hiding spot in the trees. The other landed in the grass near Sakura. He didn't look at either of them. "Teamwork gets people killed," Naruto said. "I work alone." He turned his back on Kakashi and walked toward the village. The golden lightning faded from his body like embers dying. His long hair swayed with each step. Kakashi stood in the clearing. 2 scorch marks. 2 students holding bells they didn't earn. And a 12-year-old boy walking away from him with the same stride his dead teacher used to have. Sasuke jumped down from the trees. He was holding the bell. His hand was shaking. His Sharingan, the base level, the single Tomoe he'd recently awakened, was spinning in both eyes. "Kakashi-sensei," Sasuke said. His voice was tight. "What was that?" Kakashi pulled his headband back down over his Sharingan. His fingers were trembling. "I don't know," he said. And for once, the copy ninja was telling the truth. Sakura picked up her bell from the grass. She looked at it. Then she looked at the scorch marks. Then she looked at the path Naruto had walked. She started. Is he always going to be like that? Nobody answered. That night, Kakashi stood in the Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his desk, pipe in hand, and listened to the report. When Kakashi finished, the office was silent for a long time. The Sharingan couldn't track him, Kakashi repeated, saying it out loud again because it still didn't feel real. You're certain? Lord Third, the eye saw nothing, absolutely nothing. He was in one place and then he was in another. The speed required to do that, to outpace the Sharingan completely, without any chakra technique I can identify, it shouldn't be physically possible. Hiruzen took a long draw on his pipe. The energy you described, golden lightning. Not chakra, something else. I've never felt anything like it. It felt like... Kakashi paused, searching for the right word. Like standing next to a bolt of lightning that never stopped. Hiruzen set down his pipe. He stood. He walked to the window and looked out at the village. The Hokage monument loomed above, and Minato's face caught the moonlight. He looks like his father, Hiruzen said. He looks exactly like his father. And he's faster. The silence after that statement filled the office like water. Keep this between us, Hiruzen said. Watch him. Learn what you can. But do not, and I mean this, Kakashi, do not provoke him. Do not push him. Whatever that power is, it is beyond anything we've cataloged. And if he's dangerous? Hiruzen stared at the monument. Kakashi, a boy raised in hatred who possesses speed that makes the yellow flash look ordinary. If he is dangerous, there is nothing either of us can do about it. Kakashi said nothing. Because the Hokage was right. 2 weeks passed. Team 7 took missions. D rank, boring, catch the cat, weed the garden, carry the groceries. Naruto did them without complaint. He moved at civilian speed. He spoke only when necessary. He was polite to clients, distant with his teammates, and respectful but cold with Kakashi. Sakura tried to engage him. Once. She asked him about his hair, about why he changed so much from the academy. Naruto looked at her with those sharp blue eyes and said, "People change." Then he went back to carrying the old woman's groceries. Sasuke didn't try to engage him. Sasuke watched him. Constantly. The Uchiha had been the #1 rookie. He'd been the best. His whole identity was built on being the strongest in the room, so that one day he could face Itachi and take his revenge. And then this blonde ghost in the back row had made a Jonin-level shinobi with a Sharingan look like he was standing still. It ate at Sasuke. You could see it eating at him. At night after missions, Naruto vanished. Nobody knew where he went. He wasn't at his apartment. He wasn't training in any public ground. He simply ceased to exist between sunset and sunrise. What he was doing was this. The Godspeed suit was stored in a hidden compartment beneath the floorboards of his apartment. He'd built it over the course of 2 years, piece by piece. The base was a full-body suit made from reinforced fabric he'd taken from an Ambu supply depot, moved so fast through the building that the security seals didn't have time to register a presence. White, fitted, covering him from neck to feet. Over the base went lightweight armor plating on the forearms, shins, chest, and shoulders, taken from a weapons manufacturer's storeroom in the Land of Iron during a solo trip that took him 11 minutes round trip, including the theft, the gold accents he'd added himself, conductive strips that channeled the Speed Force lightning across the surface of the suit, giving it that distinctive look, white armor with veins of gold light pulsing along the arms, across the chest, down the legs. When he moved at speed, the lightning lit up the entire suit, a white and gold meteor. The mask was the most important piece. Full face coverage, smooth, white with gold trim around the eyes. When he wore it, a secondary effect of the Speed Force vibrated his vocal cords at a different frequency. His voice behind the mask was not Naruto Uzumaki's voice. It was something else. 2 voices layered over each other, one calm, one cold, both carrying the weight of a verdict. Every night he put on the suit. Every night, Godspeed ran. He covered the entire Land of Fire, every corner, every backwater town, every dark forest road. He ran at speeds that turned the world into a smear of color, faster than light, faster than sound, faster than thought. He had a list, compiled over years. Crime lords, corrupt officials, rogue shinobi, slavers, traffickers, murderers who had escaped the system because the system was broken. He worked through the list, one name at a time, a crime lord in a riverside town who ran child labor operations in his mines. Godspeed arrived at 3 in the morning. He phased through the walls of the man's estate, molecules vibrating at the frequency of air, his body passing through solid stone like it wasn't there. 6 guards. He moved through them so fast they were unconscious before the first one's body hit the ground. Speed force lightning arced from his fingertips and fried the communication equipment. He found the crime lord in bed, woke him up. Let the man see the mask. Let the man see the golden lightning crawling across the white armor. You work children to death in your minds, Godspeed said. The man tried to reach for a weapon. Godspeed grabbed his wrist. The bones shattered like dry wood. The man screamed. That's the verdict, Godspeed said. He vibrated his hand, phased it into the man's chest, disrupted the heart. Quick, clean, final. He freed the children from the mines before dawn, led them to the nearest village, told the elder there to send word to the capital. Then he ran, and the world went gold and white and silent behind him. That was one night. He had hundreds like it. Week 3. Team 7 got the mission to the Land of Waves. Kakashi led them down the road toward the coast. Tazuna the bridge builder walked in the center, reeking of sake and grumbling about babysitting Jinin. Sakura was nervous. Sasuke was alert. Naruto walked at the back of the group, long hair shifting in the wind, eyes half closed. He'd already scouted the road. Last night in the suit, he'd run the entire route from Konoha to the Land of Waves in 45 seconds. He'd identified the Demon Brothers' ambush point. He'd located Zabuza Momochi's camp on the island. He'd counted Gato's mercenaries, 212, stationed across 3 compounds. He knew every detail of what was coming. He said nothing. He let it play out. The Demon Brothers attacked first. 2 Chunin from the hidden mist, rising from a puddle on the road with chains and poison claws. Kakashi pretended to die, a substitution. Sasuke jumped in, deflecting the chain with a kunai and a shuriken, pinning one brother to a tree. Quick, efficient. The Uchiha prodigy earning his title, Naruto stood on the road and watched. The second demon brother came at him, bladed gauntlet reaching for his face. Naruto tilted his head 2 inches to the left. The claws cut air. The brother stumbled past. Naruto caught his wrist without looking, squeezed until the bones ground together, and threw the man face first into the ground. One motion, just speed and strength applied so casually, it looked lazy. Kakashi reappeared. He looked at the brother Naruto had thrown down, unconscious, wrist shattered, face planted in the dirt, hard enough to leave a crater the size of a dinner plate. Nice reflexes, Kakashi said. Naruto said nothing. Sasuke stared at him. Again, the way a hawk stares at something it can't identify. They continued to the Land of Waves. They boarded a boat. They crossed the misty waters. Tazuna told them about Gato, the shipping magnate who had strangled the country's economy, who had hired missing nin to kill anyone who opposed him, who had turned a once prosperous island into a prison of poverty and fear. Naruto listened. His expression didn't change, but his eyes did. They got colder. The forest path on the island, Kakashi on point, Naruto in the back, mist rolling in from the coast, thick and unnatural. Naruto felt it the moment the mist thickened. He felt the chakra woven through it. A hidden mist technique. Zabuza Momochi's signature. Kakashi felt it too. His hand went to his headband. Everyone, get behind me. Now. Kakashi's voice was sharp. The playful Jonin was gone. The Anbu veteran had arrived. This mist is artificial. We have incoming. Likely A rank. Sasuke's hand went to his kunai pouch. Sakura moved to guard Tazuna. Their training kicked in. Textbook formation. Naruto sighed. The mist pressed in. Thick as smoke. You couldn't see 3 feet in front of your face. Water hung in the air. The silence was absolute. Then the voice came. Deep, rumbling, amused. Kakashi of the Sharingan, I've heard of you. A massive blade cut through the mist. The Kubikiribocho, the executioner's blade, spinning end over end like a sawmill disc. It embedded itself in a tree trunk with a thud that shook the ground. A figure appeared on top of the handle. Tall, muscular, bandages covering the lower half of his face. Cold, predatory eyes, Zabuza Momochi. Demon of the hidden mist. A-rank missing nin. Former member of the 7 swordsmen. He looked down at Team 7 like they were insects. And these are your students? 3 kids? Kakashi, I'm almost insulted. Kakashi's Sharingan was open. His body was tense. Protect Tazuna, he said to his team. I'll handle this. Naruto looked at Zabuza. He looked at the sword. He looked at the mist. He felt the killing intent radiating off the missing nin, thick and heavy, designed to paralyze Genin, to make their hands shake and their minds lock up. Sasuke was trembling. Sakura's eyes were wide and filling with tears. Even Tazuna was frozen. The killing intent washed over Naruto like a warm breeze. It was cute. He stepped forward. Naruto. Kakashi started. Golden white lightning exploded off Naruto's body. The sound was like a thunderclap funneled through a cannon. The mist, all of it, every particle, every drop of chakra-infused water vapor in a 200-meter radius, evaporated. Instantly. The shockwave of energy that erupted from Naruto's body carried so much force, so much heat, so much raw speed force output that the hidden mist jutsu ceased to exist. Gone. Blown away like fog in front of a jet engine. The forest was suddenly, blindingly clear. Every tree in a 50-foot circle had been stripped of its leaves. The ground beneath Naruto's feet was scorched black. The air smelled like a lightning strike. Zabuza stared. Kakashi stared. Sasuke dropped his kunai. Sakura's tears stopped mid-track because her body had literally forgotten how to cry. Tazuna made a sound like, huh? Naruto looked up at Zabuza on the tree. The golden lightning crackled across his body, arcing between his fingertips, dancing through his hair. His eyes were bright and cold. "You kill for money," Naruto said. "You are a parasite." Zabuza's composure cracked for exactly 1 second. Then the training kicked in. The instincts of a man who had slaughtered his entire graduating class. He grabbed the executioner's blade and ripped it from the tree. He swung it in a massive horizontal arc, enough force to cut through 5 men standing in a line, enough speed to whistle through the air. Naruto vanished. Zabuza's blade hit nothing. The missing nin's eyes widened. His head snapped left, right, behind. There, Naruto stood behind Zabuza, 3 feet away, arms at his sides. He hadn't drawn a weapon. He didn't need one. His right hand vibrated, fingers blurring so fast they buzzed like a hive. "You're a swordsman?" Naruto said. "Swing faster!" Zabuza roared and spun. The executioner's blade came around in a killing arc aimed at Naruto's neck. It was fast. Jonin level fast. For a normal person, undodgeable. Naruto raised one finger and touched the flat of the blade. The blade stopped. The force of Zabuza's swing, the full power of one of the 7 swordsmen, met the tip of Naruto's index finger and stopped. The impact sent a shockwave rippling through the metal. The executioner's blade vibrated. A hairline crack spiderweb from the point of contact. Zabuza looked at the finger stopping his blade. He looked at the 12-year-old boy attached to it. His eyes were wide enough to show the whites. Naruto's hand vibrated faster. He phased it forward, through the blade, through the air, into Zabuza's right shoulder. His fingers passed through fabric, through skin, through muscle, into the joint. And then he disrupted everything they touched. The sound was wet and awful. Bone shattered. Tendons snapped. Muscle fibers tore apart at the molecular level. Naruto's hand emerged from the back of Zabuza's shoulder in a spray of red. He pulled it out and stepped back. Zabuza screamed. The executioner's blade fell from fingers that could no longer grip it. It hit the ground with a ringing crash. Zabuza stumbled. His right arm hung dead at his side. The shoulder joint was gone, destroyed from the inside. No external wound, just a hand-shaped entry point on the front and a devastated exit wound on the back where bone fragments had been forced through the skin. Zabuza dropped to one knee. His breathing was ragged. His eyes were wild. What are you?" Naruto looked down at him. "I'm the thing that happens when the system fails." Kakashi stood frozen. He had seen a lot of violence in his life. He had committed a lot of violence. He had watched his best friend die. He had killed enemy shinobi in 3 wars. But watching a 12-year-old boy, Minato's son, phase his hand through a human body and destroy it from the inside, that was new. A figure appeared from the trees. A boy, slender, wearing a mask, porcelain white, painted with the symbol of the hidden mist's hunter nin. Haku. Haku saw Zabuza on his knees, saw the blood, saw the blond boy standing over him with golden lightning still crackling across his skin. "Zabuza-sama!" Haku launched forward. Ice formed in the air around him, his Kekkei Genkai, the ice release, crystallizing instantly into a barrage of senbon made of frozen chakra. They flew at Naruto from 6 different angles, fast, accurate, lethal. Naruto didn't dodge. He didn't need to. His body vibrated. Every synbone passed through him, through his chest, through his arms, through his head, phasing through his body like it was made of light. The synbone embedded themselves in the tree behind him. Haku froze. That's impossible. Naruto looked at Haku, studied him, read his posture, his age, the concern in his eyes as he looked at Zabuza. "You're a tool," Naruto said, "somebody else's weapon." Haku tensed. His hands came together for another jutsu. "I'm not going to kill you," Naruto said. "You're a kid. He made you into this." He nodded towards Zabuza. "Take him and leave. Leave this country. If I see either of you near Gado's operation or near the bridge builder again, I won't talk first." Haku didn't move for a long moment. The ice in the air hung suspended. Then slowly he moved to Zabuza's side. He pulled the massive man's good arm over his shoulder and lifted him. Zabuza looked at Naruto through pain-hazed eyes. "Boy, who trained you?" Naruto's eyes were flat. "No one." Haku carried Zabuza into the trees. They vanished into the forest. Silence. Kakashi exhaled. He realized he'd been holding his breath. Sasuke was standing exactly where he'd been standing when the lightning first erupted. He hadn't moved. His Sharingan was active, spinning, trying to copy, trying to understand, trying to process anything it had just witnessed. It had copied nothing. There was nothing to copy. This wasn't chakra. This wasn't a jutsu. This was something the Sharingan had no framework for. Sasuke's fists were clenched so tight, his nails drew blood from his palms. Sakura sat down on the ground. Her legs had given out. Tazuna looked at Naruto, then at Kakashi, then back at Naruto. "You," Tazuna said. "You said he's a genin?" Kakashi didn't answer, because what could he say? They reached Tazuna's home. They settled in. Naruto told the team he was going for a walk and disappeared. Nobody questioned it. Nobody dared. That night, in the darkness of the unfinished bridge, Naruto stood at the edge and looked out over the black water. The land of waves, a country broken by one man's greed. A population starving because a shipping magnate decided their suffering was profitable. The system failing, again, always. He returned to Tazuna's house. He ate dinner in silence while Inari, Tazuna's grandson, glared at him and talked about how heroes don't exist and everyone who fights Gado dies. Naruto listened. He ate his rice. When Inari was done, Naruto said, "Heroes die because they hold back." Then he went to the room he'd been given and closed the door. Under the floorboard of his pack, the Godspeed suit waited. 3 days passed. Tazuna worked on the bridge. Team 7 guarded him. Kakashi trained Sasuke and Sakura in tree climbing exercises. Naruto leaned against a bridge support and watched the horizon. On the 4th day, Gato came to the bridge, not alone. Naruto had expected this. He'd scouted Gato's compound every night for the past 3 nights. He knew the timeline, he knew the numbers, he knew what was coming. The morning fog lifted at 10 o'clock. Tazuna's workers were on the bridge. Team 7 was in formation. And then the far end of the bridge darkened. 212 mercenaries. Armed, armored, swords, spears, crossbows, clubs. A sea of steel and cruelty stretching from one side of the bridge to the other. Behind them, standing on a raised platform carried by 4 servants, was Gado himself. Short, pudgy, smug, wearing a suit that cost more than this country's annual tax revenue. Well, Gado called out. "The old man is still alive. I must be paying Zabuza too much." He chuckled. The mercenaries laughed with him. No matter, 200 men should be enough for one bridge builder and a few brats. Kakashi moved to the front. His headband was already up. Sharingan exposed. His body was tense. 200 men. Even for a Jonin, those numbers were a problem. "Sasuke, Sakura, protect Tazuna. Fall back to the village if I go down." Sasuke's jaw tightened. He drew a kunai. Sakura positioned herself in front of Tazuna, trembling but standing. Naruto pushed off the bridge support. He walked forward, past Kakashi, past the defensive line, into the open space between Team 7 and 200 armed killers. "Naruto!" Kakashi hissed. "Get back here!" Naruto stopped. He stood in the middle of the bridge, wind blowing through his long blonde hair. 200 men on one side, his team on the other. He reached into his jacket. He pulled out a scroll, bit his thumb, swiped blood across the seal. The Godspeed suit materialized. He dressed in the open, right there on the bridge. The white bodysuit first, fitted like a second skin. Then the armor, chest plate, forearm guards, shin guards, shoulder plates, white, reinforced. The gold conductive strips lit up the moment they touched his skin. Speed Force energy flooding through them like live wires. The suit hummed. Last came the mask. He held it for a moment. The white surface gleamed, gold trim around the eyes. He could see his reflection in it, Minato's face staring back. He put it on. It clicked into place. The world narrowed to the view through the mask's eye slots. And his voice, Naruto's voice, changed. The Speed Force vibrated his vocal cords at dual frequencies. Kakashi watched this happen. His Sharingan recorded every detail. The white armor, the gold lightning beginning to crawl across the surface, the mask. He had seen this described in Anbu reports. Read the descriptions in classified files. White suit, gold lightning, impossible speed, bodies left behind, white lightning. The ghost of Konoha was standing right in front of him, and the ghost of Konoha was Naruto Uzumaki. Kakashi's visible eye went wide. His lips moved silently. No sound came out. Sasuke saw the suit, saw the lightning, felt the air pressure drop as Speed Force energy began to radiate off Naruto's body in waves. His Sharingan spun wildly. The energy was blinding. It was like staring into the sun through the Sharingan. Sakura pressed herself against the bridge railing. Tazuna grabbed her arm to keep himself upright. On the far side of the bridge, the mercenaries shifted nervously. They could see the lightning. They could feel the pressure. Some of them had heard stories about a white ghost that had been cleaning out criminal operations across the land of fire. They'd laughed about those stories over drinks. Nobody was laughing now. Gato squinted. Who the hell is that? Godspeed took one step forward. The bridge groaned under the energy. You think money makes you untouchable? The voice hit the mercenaries like a physical force. Two layered tones. Cold. Echoing across the bridge, Gato's face twitched. Kill him! Kill him, you idiots! The mercenaries charged. 200 men, 200 weapons raised. The thunder of boots on the bridge. A stampede of violence and steel. Godspeed tilted his head. Then he ran. He ran. 3 seconds. The first second, the front line, 30 men with swords and spears, simply exploded. Godspeed moved through them at massively faster than light speed, and the sonic displacement alone broke their formation. He punched. Each punch carried the kinetic force of a meteor impact. Bodies flew off the bridge in every direction, launched into the water 200 feet below at speeds that turned the surface into concrete on impact. Bones shattered before they hit the railing. Swords bent in half. Spears splintered. The second, the middle ranks. Godspeed activated speed clones. His body split. One became two, both wrapped in gold-white lightning, both moving at full speed. The clone tore through the left flank while the original took the right. They were not subtle. They did not aim to wound. Necks snapped, spines broke. A mercenary with a crossbow managed to fire one bolt. Godspeed caught it out of the air without slowing down, vibrated at super speed until it glowed white hot and flicked it back. It went through the man's armor like a laser through paper. The third second, Godspeed reached the back line. The mercenaries here hadn't even registered what was happening. They were still charging forward. They ran into a wall of Speed Force lightning, arcs of golden white energy that leaped from Godspeed's body and chained from man to man like a living thing. Muscles locked, hearts stuttered, bodies dropped, the clone destabilized, its form flickering gold and then snapping back into the original with a flash of light. Silence. The bridge was covered in bodies. 212 men. 3 seconds. The blood ran along the gaps between the bridge planks and dripped in the sea below. Some bodies were on the bridge. Some were in the water. Some were embedded in the railings. The ones hit by Speed Force lightning lay twitching, smoke rising from their clothes. Gato was kneeling. His servants were gone, unconscious or dead, thrown aside in the massacre. His carrying platform was kindling. He was on his knees on the bridge, surrounded by the corpses of his army, and the white and gold figure was walking toward him. Slowly now, no speed, just footsteps. Gato's mouth opened and closed. His pants were wet. His eyes were the eyes of a man watching his own death walk toward him in a white suit. Godspeed stopped in front of him, stood over him. The gold lightning crawled across the mask. You starved a nation, Godspeed said. You murdered fathers, you broke families, you built your empire on the bones of people who couldn't fight back. I'll pay you, Gato whimpered. Anything, any amount. Name your price. That's the verdict. Godspeed reached down, one hand around Gato's throat. He lifted the man off the ground like he weighed nothing. Gato kicked. Gato clawed at the white gauntlet. Gato choked. The snap was loud enough to echo across the bridge. Godspeed held the body for one more second. Then he turned and threw it off the bridge. Gato hit the water far below with a splash that was swallowed by the ocean. The bridge was silent. Kakashi hadn't moved. His Sharingan was wide open. His brain was doing the math. 200 men, 3 seconds. He had seen Minato fight in the Third War. He had seen the yellow flash clear a battlefield. That had been fast. That had been legendary. This was something else entirely. This was a scale of speed and violence that didn't have a comparison. It was like comparing a candle to a supernova. Sasuke Uchiha was shaking. His Sharingan had been active for all 3 seconds. It had caught fragments, glimpses, like watching lightning flash through a window. You saw the brightness, but you missed the bolt. What his eyes did register was enough to rewrite everything he understood about power. He'd spent his entire life training to kill one man, Itachi, and now he just watched someone annihilate 200 men in 3 seconds without using a single jutsu. His hands wouldn't stop shaking. Sakura had thrown up. She was leaning over the bridge railing, one hand holding her hair back, her body rejecting what her eyes had processed. The blood, the sound of breaking bones, the smell. Tazuna was on his knees, tears ran down his face. He was looking at the bridge, his bridge, the bridge he'd nearly died for, now painted red. And he was crying, relief and horror, gratitude and disgust. His country was free. His bridge was a graveyard. He couldn't figure out which emotion to feel, so he felt all of them. Behind Team 7 on the shore, the people of the Land of Waves were gathering. They had come with pitchforks and sticks, ready to fight for Tazuna, to stand up to Gato, even though it meant death. They'd come expecting a war. They found a bridge full of bodies and a figure in white and gold standing in the middle of it, golden lightning crackling softly across his armor, the mask giving nothing away. A child in the crowd pointed. "Who is that?" No one knew. Haku watched from the trees at the far shore. He held Zabuza upright. The swordsman's arm was in a sling, his shoulder heavily bandaged. Zabuza stared at the bridge with his one good eye. 3 seconds, Zabuza said. His voice was hollow. 3 goddamn seconds. Haku said nothing. His eyes were locked on the white figure. "We should leave the Land of Waves, Zabuza-sama. We should leave the continent." Godspeed walked back to his team. The mask came off. Blonde hair tumbled free. Blue eyes, sharp and tired. He looked at Kakashi. Kakashi looked at him. "Anbu Report 742, Naruto said. "White lightning. That's me." Kakashi's mouth was dry. "How long?" 4 years. The crime lords, the missing nin, the traffickers, the feudal lord, all of it, all of it. Silence. Does the Hokage know? He knows someone has been cleaning up his failures. He doesn't know it's me, and you're going to keep it that way. It wasn't a request. Kakashi recognized the difference. Sasuke stepped forward. His Sharingan was still active. His fists were still clenched. How? The word was raw. How are you this powerful? What is that energy? It's not chakra. The Sharingan can't copy it. What is it? Naruto looked at him, studied him. The burning eyes, the clenched jaw, the desperation underneath the arrogance. Sasuke wanted power so badly it was eating him alive. "It's called the Speed Force," Naruto said, "and you can't have it." He turned his back and walked away. Sasuke stood there. The words hit him harder than any punch could have. "You can't have it. Not, you're not ready. Not train harder. You can't have it." Something cracked in Sasuke Uchiha that day. Something important. He didn't know it yet, but the fracture that would define his future had just been deepened. They returned to Konoha. The mission report was edited. Kakashi classified everything related to the Godspeed suit, the massacre on the bridge, and Naruto's true capabilities. His report said the team encountered resistance, dealt with it, and completed the mission. Sasuke and Sakura were instructed to keep what they saw confidential. Sakura agreed immediately. She wanted to forget what she'd seen. Sasuke said nothing, which Kakashi took as agreement. It wasn't. Sasuke wasn't going to forget anything. He replayed those 3 seconds every night before sleep. Every single night. The days settled into routine. More D-rank missions. A few C ranks. Naruto was a ghost in daylight in a storm after dark. The reports of white lightning continued across the Land of Fire, but now Kakashi read them with a knot in his stomach because he knew who was behind the mask. One night, Kakashi visited Minato's grave. He stood there for an hour. "Your son is something I can't explain, Sensei," he said to the stone, "and I don't know if you'd be proud or terrified." The wind gave no answer. The Chunin exams were announced 8 weeks later. Kakashi nominated Team 7. Naruto accepted the form with the same flat expression he wore for everything. Sasuke took his with intensity that bordered on obsession. Sakura took hers with shaking hands. The first exam was in room 301 of the academy building. A written test. Intelligence gathering. Naruto sat in his assigned seat and answered every question in 4 minutes. He didn't cheat. He didn't need to. He'd read every textbook in the Academy's restricted archive at super speed during one of his nighttime runs. He knew the answers. He also knew the 10th question was a bluff. When Ibiki Morino slammed his hands on the desk and delivered his intimidation speech, Naruto didn't even look up. He'd already turned his paper over and was sitting with his eyes closed. Ibiki noticed. He'd been in the torture and interrogation division for 15 years. He could read fear on a human face the way a musician reads sheet music. Every genin in the room had some measure of it. Anxiety, nervousness, every single one except seat 34. The blonde kid with the long hair. That kid had nothing, no fear, no anxiety, no doubt, nothing. His vitals were resting. His body language said, waiting room. Like this was a mildly inconvenient delay in his day. Ibiki had seen that kind of calm before. In Anbu operatives with decades of kill orders behind them. In seasoned war veterans, never in a 12-year-old. He filed it, noted it, moved on. Second exam, the Forest of Death. Anko Mitarashi, loud, aggressive, snake-themed, threw a kunai at Naruto during her opening speech. A test. See who flinches. Naruto caught it without looking. 2 fingers, held between index and middle like a chopstick catching a fly. He handed it back to her. "You dropped this," he said. Anko stared at him. Then she laughed. "I like you, kid." Naruto didn't smile. The Forest of Death, 5 days. An Earth Scroll and a Heaven Scroll needed to reach the tower at the center. Team 7 entered through Gate 12. The forest swallowed them. Massive trees, oversized animals, shadows thick enough to hide an army. This was where the exams stopped playing nice. Naruto led the team, though he technically wasn't the leader. Kakashi had never assigned one. It was understood. Sasuke would never follow Naruto openly. His pride wouldn't allow it. But in the forest, with killing intent in the air and the screams of other genin echoing through the canopy, Sasuke noticed that he was matching Naruto's pace, following Naruto's route, trusting Naruto's instincts. It burned, but not as much as dying. They secured their Earth Scroll from a Rain Village team in under 40 seconds. Sasuke handled it. Fire style, great fireball jutsu blasted through the trees. Naruto let him. It was good for Sasuke to feel useful. Then the air changed. Naruto stopped moving. His eyes locked forward. Every cell in his body screamed warning. The speed force hummed louder in his blood. His perception expanded. He could feel vibrations in the air, in the ground, in the trees. Something was coming. Something massive. "Get behind me," Naruto said. Sasuke bristled. "I don't." "Sasuke, behind me, now." Something in Naruto's voice killed the argument before it started. Sasuke and Sakura moved behind him. The wind shifted. The leaves rustled. And from the shadows of the forest, a figure materialized. A woman. No, a man disguised as a woman. Then that dropped too. The face melted and reformed. Pale skin, yellow eyes with slit pupils, purple markings around the eyes, a smile that belonged on a corpse. Orochimaru, Sannin, S-rank, one of the 3 legendary ninja trained by the 3rd Hokage himself. A man who had experimented on hundreds of people. A man who had created cursed seals by studying Jugo's enzyme. A man who had defected from Konoha and been allowed to walk free for decades because the system couldn't be bothered to hunt down its worst mistake. Naruto looked at him and saw everything August Hart had spent a lifetime fighting against. A monster protected by institutional failure. A mass murderer who escaped justice because the people in power lacked the will to finish what they started. Orochimaru's killing intent rolled over the forest like a tsunami. Trees groaned. Leaves withered. Small animals dropped dead in their nests from the sheer pressure. This was killing intent on a level that made Zabuzas feel like a stiff breeze. This was the killing intent of a man who had murdered entire villages for research. Sakura fainted, just collapsed. Her body couldn't handle it. Sasuke froze, every muscle locked. His eyes were wide. His mouth was open. He couldn't breathe. The killing intent had him pinned like a butterfly on a board. He saw his own death, 100 versions of it, each more horrible than the last. His hands shook. His kunai fell from numb fingers. Naruto felt the killing intent. He yawned. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. My, the Sannin said. You're an interesting one. His tongue extended, grotesque, pink, impossibly long, and licked across his own lips. The Uzumaki boy, Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. But that's not what I'm sensing from you, is it? That energy, it's not the fox. You're Orochimaru, Naruto said. His voice was flat. Shrank missing nin. Conducted human experiments on Konoha citizens. Developed the curse mark. Defected. The third Hokage let you go. He paused. That was his mistake. Orochimaru's smile widened. Oh, and what are you going to do about it, little boy? Naruto reached into his jacket. He pulled out the scroll. He bit his thumb. The Godspeed suit materialized. He dressed fast. The suit went on in seconds. White body armor, gold accents lighting up, gauntlets, shin guards. The mask, last, click. The voice changed. You're a disease, Godspeed said. I'm the cure. Orochimaru raised one eyebrow. His curiosity was genuine. In 100 years of life, through body transfers and forbidden jutsu, he had never seen anything like the energy radiating off this child. It wasn't chakra. It wasn't natural energy. It was something else entirely, something that made the air vibrate, something that smelled like lightning and tasted like static. How fascinating, Orochimaru whispered. What are you? He decided to test. He brought his hands together. Summoning jutsu! The forest floor cracked. Smoke billowed upward, and from the smoke came snakes. Not small ones, massive ones, each one the size of a building, scaled, fanged, coiling through the trees with enough mass to crush a house. 3 of them. They hissed in unison, and the sound shook the canopy. Godspeed's body split. Speed clones. The Speed Force connection divided, and from one figure came 2, both wrapped in golden white lightning. Both solid, both real, both impossibly fast. The clone moved first. It ran at the snakes, and ran was a word that didn't capture what happened. The clone broke the sound barrier before its foot left the ground. It hit the first snake at a speed that turned the impact into an explosion. The snake's head snapped sideways, scales shattering, skull crumbling inward from the force. The clone ran across the snake's body like it was a road, each footstep leaving a crater impact dent in the scales. It reached the second snake and plunged its vibrating arm into the creature's skull. The arm phased in and came out the other side. The snake went limp. The third snake lunged, massive jaws, fangs the size of swords. The clone grabbed a fang, stopped the snake's lunge dead, held a 100-ton serpent in place with one hand. Then it punched. Speed Force lightning erupted from the fist on impact. The snake's head detonated. Blood and scale fragments rained down across the forest floor. 3 summons. 4 seconds. Dead. The clone flickered, destabilized, snapped back into the original with a flash of gold light. Orochimaru was no longer smiling. Godspeed moved. He crossed the distance between himself and Orochimaru in a time frame that had no name. Faster than the Sannin's brain could fire a synapse. Faster than his eyes could send a signal. Godspeed grabbed Orochimaru by the face, gloved hand clamped over the pale skin, fingers digging in. And then he ran, through the forest. At speed, trees exploded. They didn't break. They didn't fall. They exploded. The shockwave of Godspeed running at full speed through a mile of dense forest turned every tree in his path into a bomb of splinters and bark. He held Orochimaru in front of him like a battering ram. The Sannin's body hit trunk after trunk, each impact carrying the full kinetic force of faster-than-light movement. The first hit cracked Orochimaru's ribs. The second shattered them. The third caved in his chest. The fourth, fifth, sixth, each one drove the broken bones deeper, turned the Sannin's torso into something that no longer resembled a human body. A mile of forest. Destroyed. A trench carved through the trees, the earth scorched and burning on both sides. Trunks snapped off at the base as far as the eye could see. Godspeed stopped. He held what was left of Orochimaru up. The Sannin's body was broken beyond anything medical ninjutsu could fix. Ribs shattered, spine fractured, both arms hanging at wrong angles. His face was a ruin of bruises and torn skin, but the eyes were still alive, yellow and slit and burning with something that was either pain or excitement or both. Magnificent, Orochimaru whispered through broken teeth. Absolutely magnificent. Godspeed's hand vibrated. He phased it into Orochimaru's chest, felt the organs, scrambled them. His fingers disrupted liver, stomach, one lung. Tearing through tissue at the molecular level, Orochimaru's body seized. Black blood poured from his mouth. Then the Sanin's jaw unhinged. Orochimaru opened his mouth impossibly wide, and a new body crawled out, like a snake shedding its skin. A fresh Orochimaru, pale and unmarked, slithered free from the destroyed corpse of the old one. He gasped as his feet touched the scorched earth. His eyes were wild. For the first time in decades, Orochimaru was breathing hard. Fear. Genuine, actual fear. He looked at Godspeed. The white armor, the gold lightning, the mask that revealed nothing. This child had just done more damage to him in 10 seconds than the third Hokage had done in their entire battle during his defection. This child had destroyed his body so thoroughly that he'd been forced to use his most costly escape jutsu, one that burned through massive amounts of chakra and left him weakened for days. Orochimaru's mind raced. The speed force, whatever it was, made this boy untouchable. He couldn't be caught, couldn't be matched in speed, couldn't be hit by jutsu because he'd simply phased through them. Genjutsu required eye contact or chakra disruption, and this boy didn't use chakra. Ninjutsu was too slow. Taijutsu was laughable. Fuinjutsu might work, but you'd need to touch him first, and good luck with that. For the first time in his life, Orochimaru realized he was facing something he could not beat, could not study, could not replicate. So he ran. He sank into the ground, an earth-style technique, melting into the soil like a liquid. Gone. Burrowing deep, fleeing underground, putting as much distance between himself and that golden lightning as possible. Godspeed stood in the mile-long trench he'd carved through the forest of death. Trees burned around him. The air smelled like ozone and blood. His fists were clenched. The speed force raged in his veins, screaming at him to chase, to follow, to dig into the earth and drag Orochimaru out and finish it. He breathed, controlled it. Orochimaru was gone, deep underground, moving fast, heading for the border. Chasing him through solid earth was possible. Phasing through rock was within his abilities. But it would take time. And Naruto's team was back in the forest, unprotected. He turned. He ran back. The mile of destroyed forest passed in a blink. He found Sasuke and Sakura where he'd left them. Sakura was still unconscious. Sasuke was sitting against a tree, staring at nothing. His hand was on his neck. There was a mark there, 3 tomoe, like the Sharingan, dark against his skin, the curse mark. Orochimaru had managed to bite him before Naruto had intervened. Naruto knelt beside Sasuke, removed the mask. His face was flushed, his hair damp with sweat. Even he felt the exertion of what he'd just done. He marked you, Naruto said. Sasuke's eyes focused on him. The Sharingan was active but flickering, unstable. Pain etched every line of his face. The curse mark burned like a brand. What did you do to him? Sasuke's voice was strained. I hurt him. He ran. Naruto paused. He'll be back. Men like him always come back. Sasuke looked at the curse mark on his neck, then at Naruto. Something was happening behind his eyes, something complex and dangerous. You destroyed a Sannin, Sasuke said. You destroyed him like he was nothing. He isn't nothing. He's dangerous. But he's slow. Everyone's slow to you. Sasuke's voice cracked. The composure broke. Everyone, Kakashi, Zabuza, Orochimaru, you walk through them like they're standing still. How? How are you this? Naruto looked at him. For a moment, just a moment, the coldness in his eyes softened. He saw the pain, the frustration, the burning need for power that was consuming Sasuke from the inside. You're chasing the wrong thing, Sasuke, Naruto said quietly. Power won't fix what's broken in you. Sasuke's eyes went wide. Then his jaw locked and the vulnerability slammed shut behind a wall of fury. You don't know anything about me. I know you wake up every night seeing your brother's face. Silence, deadly, electric. I know what it's like to carry a ghost, Naruto said. And I know that if you let that curse mark feed your hatred, Orochimaru wins. He marked you because he wants your body, your eyes, your bloodline. You're not his student, you're his next vessel. Sasuke's hand tightened on the curse mark. His face was white. Naruto stood. He offered his hand to Sasuke. Get up, we need to reach the tower. I'll deal with Orochimaru when the time comes. Sasuke stared at the hand. For a long moment, he didn't move. Then he reached up and took it. Naruto pulled him to his feet. He picked up Sakura with one arm. He looked at the forest around them, loved the distant plume of smoke from the mile-long trench, the shattered trees, the dead snakes rotting in the canopy. "Let's go," he said. They reached the tower in 20 minutes. The preliminary fights in the tower were a sideshow. Naruto drew a match against a Sound Village Jonin named Zaku Abumi. The kid had air cannons embedded in his arms. He was cocky. He talked about how the Sound Village was going to dominate the exams. Naruto walked into the ring. Zaku raised his arms. Air slicing blast! A column of compressed air rocketed toward Naruto, building destroying force. The kind of attack that turned bodies into red mist. Naruto stepped to the side, one step. The blast screamed past him and blew a crater in the wall behind the arena. Zaku blinked. He fired again. Both arms. Double air slicing blast. Two columns converging on Naruto from both sides. Nowhere to dodge, nowhere to go. Naruto walked through them. The wind parted around him. He vibrated his molecules at the frequency of air, and the attacks passed through his body like he was a hologram. The blast collided behind him and exploded. Rubble rained down. The arena shook. Naruto stood untouched. His hair wasn't even ruffled. Every genin in the balcony above stared. Shikamaru Nara's mouth was open. Neji Hyuga's Byakugan was active, and he looked like he'd seen a mathematical impossibility. Rock Lee leaned so far over the railing that Gai Sensei had to grab the back of his jumpsuit. Gaara of the Sand watched with narrowed eyes, his arms crossed over his gourd. Naruto closed the distance. He moved at about 10% of his actual speed, which was still so fast that Zaku didn't see it coming. One punch. Center mass. The Sound Genin flew backward, hit the far wall of the arena, and the wall cracked around his body. He slid to the ground, unconscious. The proctor called the match. Naruto walked back up to the balcony. Silence followed him like a shadow. Kakashi watched from the railing. He'd seen Naruto end fights before, but watching him do it in public, in front of every Jonin and Genin in the exams, was different. Because now the secret was leaking. People were going to ask questions. Next to Kakashi, Might Guy was frowning. "Kakashi, your student. I know, that was not taijutsu. That was not ninjutsu. His body passed through a physical attack. What technique allows that?" "I don't know, Guy." "You don't know?" Kakashi said nothing. Guy stared at him. Then Guy looked at Naruto, the blonde boy leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, eyes half closed, completely unbothered. In another section of the balcony, Gaara of the Sand watched Naruto with an expression that was hard to read. His sand stirred around him, restless. The demon inside him, Shukaku, was restless too. Gaara could feel it. The beast was agitated. It had been agitated since Naruto walked into the tower. Something about the blonde boy's energy made Shukaku uneasy. "Mother doesn't like him," Gaara whispered. Tamari and Kankuro exchanged a worried glance. The month between the preliminaries and the final round of the Chunin exams passed quickly for most people. For Naruto, it was business as usual. By day, he trained with Team 7. Or rather, he stood nearby while Kakashi trained Sasuke. Kakashi had pulled Sasuke aside for special instruction. Chidori, the Lightning Blade's weaker cousin, channeled through the boy's hand for a direct combat technique. Naruto understood why. The curse mark had shaken Sasuke. Kakashi was trying to give the Uchiha something to hold on to. Something that wasn't Orochimaru's poison, noble, and pointless. Because the match Sasuke was training for against Gaara was a fight Sasuke couldn't win. Not against a Jinchuriki, not against the One-Tail's host. Naruto knew this. He said nothing. Some lessons had to be learned the hard way. By night, Godspeed ran. He tracked Orochimaru's movements. The Sannin had regrouped. His forces, the hidden Sound Village, were staging for something. Naruto intercepted communications between Sound Scouts and a Sand Village liaison. The invasion plan came together like a puzzle. Coordinated attack during the final round of the Chunin exams. Sand and Sound versus Leaf. A genjutsu to put the civilian population to sleep. Gaara as the weapon of mass destruction. Orochimaru himself targeting the Hokage. Naruto could have stopped it. He could have run to the Hokage Tower, dropped the intelligence, and let the village prepare. A better person would have. Naruto thought about it. He sat on top of the Hokage monument, on his father's stone head, and looked down at the village at midnight. The lights, the streets, the academy. The apartment where he'd spent 8 years cold and hungry and alone, he could save this village. He could protect it from the invasion before it happened. But then the system wouldn't change. The Hokage would thank him, stamp a classified label on the report, and everything would continue. Orochimaru would escape again. The council would keep their power. The Anbu would keep protecting the corrupt. And the next orphan, the next Jinchuriki, the next child born into a system that eats its own, that child would suffer the same way Naruto did. Konoha needed to burn a little. The fire would show the people who their leaders really were. And from the ashes, maybe something better could grow. Naruto made his choice. He would protect the innocent. He would stop Shukaku. He would save the lives that mattered. But he would let the invasion happen. And he would let the village see the cost of its own failures. Finals day. The arena was packed, every seat filled. Feudal lords in the VIP box. The Hokage in his ceremonial robes, the Kazekage beside him, though Naruto's Speed Force perception had already registered the lie. The Kazekage was Orochimaru in disguise, his chakra signature distorted but imperfect up close. The matches were supposed to go in order. Naruto versus Neji Hyuga first. The arena floor was packed dirt. Bleachers on all sides, the sun was high. The crowd buzzed with anticipation. Neji Hyuga walked onto the field. The Hyuga prodigy, Byakugan bloodline, gentle fist style. He was calm, composed, and absolutely certain he was going to win. Destiny, he would say. It was destined. Naruto walked out to meet him. Long blonde hair, sharp blue eyes, hands in his pockets. Neji activated his Byakugan. The veins around his eyes bulged. He could see everything. 360-degree vision, chakra network visualization, tenketsu points across Naruto's body. But what he saw in Naruto made his breath catch. The chakra network was there. Faint, almost dormant. But wrapped around it, through it, over it, under it, integrated into every cell, was something else. An energy field that the Byakugan could see but not comprehend. It was gold. It was white. It moved. It pulsed with every heartbeat. It was alive, connected to something vast and distant, like a river leading to an ocean the Byakugan couldn't see the edges of. "What?" Neji whispered. "What is that?" "Begin," the proctor called. Neji forced himself to focus. He launched forward. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. The fastest hand technique in the Hyuga arsenal. 64 precise strikes targeting 64 tenketsu points, delivered in a sequence so fast that most ninja couldn't follow it. Naruto stood still. Every palm strike passed through him. Phase. His body vibrated at air frequency and Neji's hands went through him like he was a ghost. All 64 strikes, every single one. The Byakugan watched it happen in real time, watched Naruto's body phase in and out of physical reality, the molecules shifting so fast that Neji's palms connected with nothing but air. Neji stumbled forward, off balance. His eyes were wide behind the Byakugan. The crowd was silent. Naruto was still standing in the same spot, hands still in his pockets. He hadn't moved. He hadn't blocked. He just stood there and let the Hyuga prodigy's ultimate technique pass through his body like wind through a screen door. 64 palms, Naruto said. "That's your best?" Neji's face twisted. His pride, the foundation of his entire worldview crumbled. 8 trigrams. Naruto moved one step. He crossed the distance between them instantly. His hand came up, palm open, and he pushed Neji in the chest. Not a punch, a push. But the force behind it was a fraction of his real power. And it still sent the Hyuga flying across the arena floor, tumbling end over end, rolling through the dirt until he hit the far wall with a crack. Neji coughed, blood on his lips. He tried to stand. Naruto was already standing over him. He'd crossed the entire arena in the time it took Neji to blink. "You talk about destiny," Naruto said. "You think fate decides everything, that a failure can't beat a genius." He looked down at Neji with something that almost looked like pity. Almost. "Fate didn't put you on the ground, Neji. I did." Neji's Byakugan flickered. His body wouldn't respond. The push had disrupted his motor functions. The Speed Force energy Naruto channeled through the contact had scrambled his nervous system. "Match," the proctor called. "Winner, Naruto Uzumaki." The arena was dead silent. Then slowly, the crowd erupted. But it wasn't cheering. It was noise. Confused, awed, frightened noise. The sound of thousands of people who had just watched a genin treat the Hyuga prodigy like a child. In the VIP box, Hiruzen Sarutobi took his pipe from his mouth. The Kazekage beside him was very, very still. In the stands, Hinata Hyuga had tears streaming down her face. She'd watched her cousin, the genius, the prodigy, the one who had told her she was fated to be weak, lose in 2 moves. And the boy who did it was Naruto. The boy she'd watched from afar. The boy she admired. Hiyashi Hyuga, clan head, sat in the VIP section with his arms crossed. His Byakugan was active. He'd seen the same thing Neji had, the energy field, the phasing, the impossible speed. His face was carved from stone, but his hands gripped his knees just a fraction too tight. The matches continued. Sasuke fought Gaara. It was the fight the crowd came to see. Uchiha versus Jinchuriki. The Chidori, the assassination technique Kakashi had drilled into him for a month, screamed to life in Sasuke's palm. Lightning, chirping, 1,000 birds. Sasuke ran at Gaara. Gaara's sand rose to defend. Sasuke punched through the sand with the Chidori and drew blood. The crowd roared. Gaara screamed. His sand went wild. The arena floor cracked, and then the Genjutsu hit, feathers, falling from the sky. A mass sleep Genjutsu cast over the entire arena. The civilians slumped in their seats. The weaker ninja followed. The stronger ones flared their chakra and dispelled it. But by then, the arena was chaos. Anbu dropped from the rooftops. Sound ninja poured from the walls. Sand ninja drew weapons. The Kazekage dropped the disguise, Orochimaru's pale face and yellow eyes grinning at the third Hokage. "Hello, old man," Orochimaru said. "Did you miss me?" The invasion of Konoha had begun. The village was a war zone in seconds. Buildings burned. Streets filled with fighting. Konoha ninja clashed with sand and sound forces across every district. Jinin, Chunin, Jonin, everyone fought. At the arena, Gaara lost control. The curse mark on his psyche, Shukaku's influence, the One-Tail's bloodlust, overwhelmed him. Sand erupted from his gourd and began to form arms, a tail, a body. The Jinchuriki transformation, Gaara's human form was consumed, swallowed, by a growing mass of sand and chakra that expanded outward like a nuclear detonation in slow motion. Shukaku. The one-tailed beast, the completed form was the size of a mountain. A tanuki made of sand and malice, with diamond pattern markings across its body and yellow eyes that burned with insanity. It stood in the center of what used to be the arena, the stands crushed beneath its feet, and it roared. The sound wave flattened buildings in a 6-block radius. Freedom! I'm finally free. Shikaku's voice was a sandstorm given language. Let me kill! Let me break things! The village panicked. This was a tailed beast, a force of nature. The last time something like this happened was the Nine-Tails attack, and it had taken the 4th Hokage's life to stop it. On a rooftop 3 blocks from the arena, Naruto watched. He changed into the suit the moment the Genjutsu dropped. White armor, gold lightning. The mask was on. He stood on the edge of the roof, speed force crackling around him, and looked at Shikaku. The beast was big. The beast was powerful. The beast was destroying his father's village. His father's village that had tortured his childhood, that had protected Orochimaru, that had failed him in every way a village could fail a child. Naruto looked at the beast. Then he looked down. The streets below were filled with people, civilians, families, children being carried by their parents, running from the destruction, screaming, crying, terrified. Children. August Hart had lost George. Naruto Uzumaki had lost his childhood. Godspeed existed to ensure that the guilty were punished and the innocent were protected. And those children running through the streets, they were innocent. They had nothing to do with the sins of the system. Naruto's decision was already made. It had been made the moment he heard the first child scream. He ran. Golden white lightning tore across the rooftops. The sonic boom shattered windows for a quarter mile. Naruto hit the ground at the base of Shukaku's massive sand body and ran straight up. Let's talk about scale. Shukaku was 300 feet tall, a living mountain of sand and chakra. Its body was dense enough to stop most ninjutsu. Its wind attacks could level city blocks. Its roar carried killing intent that could stop a human heart. Naruto ran up its arm like it was a sidewalk. Each footstep left a crater in the sand. The speed force energy radiating off his body was so intense that the sand in his immediate vicinity crystallized into glass, superheated by the friction of his passage. Shukaku felt it. The beast looked down at its own arm, a tiny white figure trailing golden light, running up toward its face at a speed that made the figure look like a comet. What is this? An insect? Shukaku swatted at him. A hand the size of a building, moving faster than anything that large should be able to move. Naruto phased through it. The hand passed over him, through him. He didn't slow down. Shukaku fired a wind bullet. Wind style, sand scattering bullets. A compressed ball of air and sand the size of a house, launched from the beast's mouth at point-blank range. Naruto ran into it. His molecules vibrated. He passed through the attack, through the compressed air, through the sand particles, like through the chakra holding it together. The wind bullet exploded behind him, taking out a city block. Naruto didn't look back. He reached Shukaku's face. He planted his feet on the bridge of the beast's nose. Shukaku's massive yellow eyes stared at him. This tiny white figure standing on its face, wrapped in lightning, the mask giving nothing away. "You can't outrun justice, demon," Godspeed said. "I'm a tailed beast, you little." Godspeed punched. One punch. A single supersonic, mass-infused, speed force-enhanced strike directly to the center of Shukaku's face. The kinetic energy was the equivalent of a mountain falling from orbit. The shockwave hit first. A wall of displaced air that radiated outward from the point of impact in a perfect sphere. Windows that hadn't already shattered now disintegrated. Trees bent, rooftops peeled. The ground beneath Shukaku cracked and cratered. Every ninja in a mile radius was knocked off their feet. Then the impact. Shukaku's face caved in. The sand crumbled. The entire front of the beast's head collapsed inward like a building being demolished. The force traveled through the sand body, a ripple of destruction that spread from the face down through the neck, the chest, the arms, the legs. Cracks spiderwebbed across every surface. Chunks of sand broke free and fell, each one the size of a house, crashing into the streets below. Shukaku stumbled backward. Its roar turned into a shriek. The tailed beast, a creature of pure chakra and elemental fury, took a single step back, then another, its body losing cohesion. The sand couldn't hold together. The force of the punch had disrupted the chakra bonds holding the transformation in place. One punch. The beast collapsed. Shukaku's form crumbled like a sandcastle hit by a wave. 300 feet of sand and rage dissolving in seconds. The chakra dispersed. The sand fell, an avalanche of granular debris that buried the arena wreckage and half the surrounding block. From the center of the collapse, a body fell. Small, human, red hair, Gaara unconscious. The Jinchuriki's transformation was broken. The one tail was suppressed. One punch. One single, unfathomable punch. Godspeed caught Gaara before he hit the ground. He landed on a clear stretch of street, the unconscious boy over one shoulder. He set Gaara down against a wall, looked at the boy's face, the dark circles under the eyes, the love kanji tattooed on his forehead. Another child ruined by the same kind of broken system. Naruto didn't feel sympathy. He felt recognition. "Sleep," he said. "You've earned it." He left Gaara against the wall and turned toward the village. Above, on the rooftop of the Hokage Tower, Orochimaru and the third Hokage were locked in battle behind the four violet flames formation, a barrier erected by the Sound Four. Naruto looked at it. The barrier was designed to keep people out. Anything that touched it burned. He could phase through it, easily. The barrier was chakra-based. The Speed Force operated on different rules. He could run through that barrier, grab Orochimaru, and finish what he started in the Forest of Death. But Hiruzen Sarutobi was in there. And Hiruzen Sarutobi was the man who had known about Naruto's suffering and done little more than provide a monthly stipend. The man who had let Orochimaru escape. The man who led the village that had failed Naruto in every measurable way. Let the old man have his fight. Let him face the consequence of his own mercy. Naruto turned away from the barrier. He ran into the streets instead. There were still enemy combatants, still civilians in danger. He moved through the village at full speed, a white and gold streak that left scorch marks on rooftops and sonic booms between buildings. Everywhere he went, the fighting stopped. Not because of diplomacy, because Godspeed hit every enemy combatant so fast and so hard that there was no fight left. A squad of sound ninja breaching the hospital wall. 12 of them, Chunin level, weapons drawn. Godspeed ran through them. Speed Force lightning arced from his body and hit all 12 simultaneously. They dropped, smoking. Done. A group of sand ninja cornering a family in an alley, father holding his children behind him, mother screaming. Godspeed appeared between the ninja and the family. He didn't speak. He moved. 3 sand ninja. 3 broken jaws. 1 second, an enormous snake summoned, one of Orochimaru's, tearing through the main market street, crushing stalls and buildings. Godspeed hit it with a vortex arm, spinning his right arm at a speed that generated a localized tornado. The pressure differential tore the snake off the ground and hurled it into the sky. It cleared the village walls and landed somewhere in the forest with a crash that shook the trees for a mile. Each act took seconds. Each transition took less. Godspeed moved through the invasion like a white comet, and everywhere he passed, the war ended. Jiraiya the Toad Sage arrived at the village gates mid-invasion. He'd been recalled by emergency messenger Hawk. He came in ready for war. Sage mode partially engaged, Toad summons on standby, battle stance primed. He stopped. The battle was over. Everywhere he looked, enemy combatants were down, unconscious, broken, or dead. The streets were a mess of craters and scorch marks and bodies, but the fighting had stopped. Konoha's forces were standing around looking dazed. Civilians were emerging from shelters. Jiraiya grabbed a Chunin by the shoulder. "What happened? Where's the enemy?" The Chunin pointed at the sky. Jiraiya followed his finger. A white streak moved across the rooftops on the far side of the village, trailing golden lightning. It moved faster than his eyes could track. And Jiraiya's eyes were some of the best in the world. "What is that?" "We don't know," the Chunin said. His voice was shaking. It showed up when Shukaku appeared. It destroyed Shukaku in one hit. Then it started clearing the streets. It's been moving for about 4 minutes, and the invasion is basically over. Jiraiya's jaw dropped. "One hit against the one tail? One punch, sir, we all saw it. The shockwave knocked us off the wall." Jiraiya looked back at the white streak. It had stopped now, standing on a rooftop near the Hokage Tower. Still, golden lightning crackling softly around the white armor. "That's not possible," Jiraiya said. "Respectfully, sir, we all said that." Then it happened anyway. The barrier around the Hokage Tower dropped. The Sound Four fled. And inside, on the rooftop, Hiruzen Sarutobi had used the Reaper Death Seal, sealing Orochimaru's arms, his ability to use jutsu at the cost of his own life. The third Hokage was dead. Naruto stood on the adjacent rooftop and watched the Anbu carry the body down. He'd known this would happen. He'd let it happen. He felt something. Under the mask behind the Speed Force. Under the armor of August Heart's memories and Godspeed's conviction. He felt a small, sharp pain in his chest. Hiruzen Sarutobi had been imperfect. He had failed Naruto in 100 ways. But he had also been the only leader to ever look at Naruto with something other than hatred or fear. He had given the monthly stipend. He had enrolled Naruto in the academy. He had tried in his weak, insufficient, old man way. He had tried. Naruto allowed the pain to exist for exactly 10 seconds. Then he filed it away. The world kept moving. So would he. The aftermath was chaos. The village buried its dead. Repairs began. The council scrambled for a new Hokage. Jiraiya was the obvious choice. He refused. He recommended Tsunade, the third Sannin, the greatest medical ninja alive, currently drinking herself to death in some gambling den somewhere. Meanwhile, the whispers grew. Everyone had seen the white figure, the golden lightning, Shukaku going down in one punch. The streets cleared in minutes. The people of Konoha didn't know who Godspeed was, but they knew what he had done. White lightning saved the village. Did you see it? One punch against a tailed beast. Who is it? Is it Anbu? Is it a new secret weapon? I heard it's the ghost of the fourth Hokage. The theories multiplied. Some were close, most were wrong. Naruto listened to them all with his enhanced hearing from 3 rooftops away and said nothing. Kakashi knew. Kakashi had known since the bridge. He watched Naruto sit in Team 7's training ground the day after the funeral, long hair blowing in the wind, eyes fixed on the Hokage monument. Kakashi approached carefully. "Naruto, Kakashi, the third Hokage is dead." "I know." Orochimaru couldn't use jutsu anymore. The Reaper Death Seal took his arms. But it cost. "I know what it cost." Silence. Kakashi sat down on the grass beside him. Not close, not far. The distance of 2 people who understood each other but didn't trust each other. "You could have saved him," Kakashi said quietly. "You could have phased through that barrier and ended Orochimaru before the Reaper Death Seal." Naruto said nothing for a long time. The wind blew. A bird sang somewhere. "He let Orochimaru go the first time," Naruto said. Decades ago, when the experiments were discovered, he had a chance to execute a war criminal, and he chose mercy. Every person Orochimaru killed after that, every experiment, every body stolen, every child used as a test subject, that blood was on the third Hokage's hands too. Kakashi flinched, because it was true, and because it was ruthless. He was still our Hokage, Kakashi said. He was still a man who let a monster walk free because killing it was inconvenient. Another silence. What are you, Naruto? Really? Naruto looked at him. Those sharp blue eyes, Minato's face. But the expression behind it was older than 12, older than any face Kakashi had ever seen on a child. I am judge, jury, and executioner, Naruto said. And this world has a lot of guilty people left. Kakashi felt the weight of those words settle into his bones. He didn't argue. He couldn't. Because looking at the village around them, the rubble, the funerals, the broken walls, the orphans being carried through the streets, he couldn't honestly say the system was working. The council wants answers about you, Kakashi said. Danzo is pushing. He wants to know about White Lightning. Danzo. Naruto's voice cooled by several degrees. Shimura Danzo, leader of Root, architect of the Uchiha massacre, the man who has his own private army of emotionally lobotomized children. Kakashi went very still. Yeah, Naruto said. I know about Root. I know about everything. How? I run fast, Kakashi, and I read faster. Kakashi processed that. Naruto had been in the classified archives. He'd read the sealed files. He knew about Root, about Danzo, about the Uchiha massacre, the truth behind it, the council's involvement, the order given to Itachi. Are you going to do something about it? Kakashi asked carefully. Naruto looked at the Hokage monument. When the time is right, that was either a promise or a threat. Kakashi couldn't tell the difference. 2 days later, Jiraiya confronted Naruto. The Toad Sage had been doing his homework. He'd cross-referenced the White Lightning reports with the timeline of Naruto's nighttime absences. He'd talked to Kakashi. He'd examined the scorch marks at the arena. He'd looked at the crater where Shukaku's face used to be. He found Naruto on top of the Hokage monument at midnight. The boy was sitting on Minato's head, legs dangling over the edge. The Godspeed suit was packed away. He was just Naruto, blonde hair, blue eyes, a 12-year-old boy sitting on his dead father's stone face, looking at the stars. Your White Lightning, Jiraiya said. He landed on the stone head and stood behind Naruto. No preamble, no spy games. Yes, you killed Shukaku's transformation in one punch. I didn't kill Shukaku. I suppressed it. Gaara is alive. You destroyed 200 of Gado's men on that bridge. 212. Jiraiya exhaled. He sat down on the edge next to Naruto. His legs dangled over the cliff face too. Two figures on top of the fourth Hokage's monument. The irony was thick enough to choke on. I knew your father, Jiraiya said. I trained him. He was the fastest man alive, the Yellow Flash. He could use the flying Raijin to cross a battlefield in an instant. I know. What you do is different. The flying Raijin is teleportation. Instant transmission from point to point through space-time seals. What you do, you actually move. You physically run from one place to another at a speed that makes the fourth Hokage look like he was walking. No seals, no chakra, no jutsu. Correct. How? Naruto looked at Jiraiya. He studied the old man. White hair, red markings on his face, a perverted grin that he wasn't wearing right now because he was too busy being terrified. Jiraiya was one of the strongest humans alive, and he was sitting next to a 12-year-old who could kill him before his brain finished a thought. I won't tell you everything, Naruto said. I'll tell you enough. I have access to an energy source that exists outside of chakra, outside of this world, actually. It's called the Speed Force. It is the fundamental force of forward motion in the universe. Everything that moves, moves because the Speed Force allows it. I am connected to it directly. It grants me speed, healing, the ability to phase through matter, and the ability to generate lightning. Jiraiya was quiet for a long time. Speed beyond the fourth Hokage. Healing, phasing, lightning. And you figured all this out when? I was 8. You've had this power for 4 years, yes. And you've spent those 4 years killing criminals across the land of fire, punishing the guilty, protecting the innocent. There's a difference. Jiraiya looked at the boy and saw a ghost. Not Minato's ghost. Something older, something that had lived before and carried the scars forward. Naruto, you're 12. I'm older than I look. And that was the truest thing he'd said all night. Jiraiya ran a hand through his hair. Listen, I'm supposed to take you on a trip to find Tsunade. She's going to be the 5th Hokage. The village needs a leader, and she's the best option. No, Jiraiya blinked. I'm done working for this village, Jiraiya. The Toad Sage stared at him. The 3rd Hokage is dead because he was too weak to kill Orochimaru when he had the chance. The council is corrupt. Danzo runs a child soldier program in the roots of the village. The Uchiha massacre was ordered by Konoha's own leadership. And every person in this village who spat on me, who beat me, who called me a demon, they walk free while I was supposed to smile and serve. Each sentence landed like a blow. I am not Konoha's weapon, Naruto said. I am not Konoha's soldier. I am not the next Yellow Flash. My father died for this village, and this village repaid him by torturing his son. Jiraiya's face crumbled. He knew. He'd been gone. He'd been running his spy network, living his life, writing his books, and Minato's son had been alone. He'd known and he'd stayed away. I could have, Jiraiya started. You could have been here, Naruto said. You weren't. Jiraiya opened his mouth, closed it. His eyes were wet. Naruto stood up. He looked down at Jiraiya, the legendary Sannin, one of the most powerful men alive, and for a moment the cold mask cracked. Just a sliver, something human underneath, something that was still, beneath everything, a boy who wished things had been different. You're a good man, Jiraiya, Naruto said quietly, but good isn't the same as enough. He turned away, walked to the edge of the stone head. Where are you going? Jiraiya called. Naruto didn't turn around. The next morning, Naruto walked through Konoha for the last time. He passed the academy. He looked at the swing where he used to sit alone. He passed Ichiraku Ramen. The old man waved at him. Naruto waved back. A real wave. Ichiraku and Ayame had been kind to him when no one else was. He'd remember that. He passed through the market district. The vendors who had refused to sell to him as a child. The restaurants that had charged him triple. The orphanage that had kicked him out at age 4. All of it. All the little cruelties that had accumulated like snow on a mountainside until the avalanche came. He arrived at the main gate. Kakashi was there, standing with his hands in his pockets, one eye visible, the other hidden behind the headband. He'd known. Somehow. You're leaving, Kakashi said. Yes, I can't stop you. No. Jiraiya was there too, standing off to the side. His face was set, grim. He hadn't slept. Sasuke was there, leaning against the gate post with his arms crossed. He looked at Naruto with an expression that defied simple reading. Envy, respect, resentment, something that was almost grief. The Uchiha was losing the only person who had ever made him feel like his quest for power was small. And some part of him, the part buried under decades of Uchiha pride, understood that losing Naruto was losing a mirror. Sakura was there. She looked like she'd been crying. She probably had. Iruka was there. He was definitely crying. Hinata was there, hidden behind a tree, watching, always watching. Naruto stopped at the gate. He looked at them, all of them. I'm not going to give a speech, he said. I'm not going to explain myself. You all know why. He reached up. He untied the Konoha headband from his neck. He looked at the symbol, the leaf, the spiral, the promise of belonging to something. He rubbed his thumb across the metal. Then he set it on the ground, gently, not thrown, not discarded in anger, placed deliberately in the dirt. My father was the Yellow Flash, Naruto said. His voice was steady, clear, every word chosen with care. He died protecting a village that protects murderers. He looked at Kakashi, at Jiraiya, at the Hokage monument beyond the gates. I won't make his mistake, he straightened. I call myself Godspeed, and this world is going to learn to fear the light. Golden white lightning erupted from his body. The energy exploded outward, not violent, not destructive, but immense. The air vibrated. The ground trembled. The leaves on every tree within 100 meters turned gold for one blazing moment, like autumn arriving in a single heartbeat. The lightning wrapped around Naruto, and his form began to blur. Kakashi's Sharingan was open. It caught nothing. Jiraiya's sage senses flared. Sasuke's Sharingan spun, and for the first time it showed him something useful. Not the movement, but the aftermath. The light, the trail, the direction, and the speed. Sasuke Uchiha watched Naruto Uzumaki become lightning and understood with absolute clarity that he was watching something that could not be chased. Sakura covered her face. Iruka sank to his knees. Hinata, behind her tree, pressed her hand to her heart. The golden lightning flashed, a crack of thunder that shook the gate, and Naruto was gone. The wind settled, the dust cleared, the trees were still gold. The headband sat in the dirt where he'd placed it. The morning sun caught the metal and made the leaf symbol gleam. Nobody moved for a long time. Kakashi walked forward. He knelt, he picked up the headband. He held it in his palm and stared at it. "Well," he said quietly, "I failed another one." Jiraiya stood behind him. The Toad Sage's fists were clenched, his jaw was tight. Tears ran down his face and he didn't bother to wipe them. "No," Jiraiya said, "we all failed this one." Sasuke pushed off the gate post. He walked past Kakashi without a word, past Jiraiya, past Sakura. He walked back into the village with his fists at his sides and his Sharingan burning in his skull. He needed power. He needed more. He needed to understand what Naruto was and how to match it. The curse mark on his neck pulsed. Somewhere in the dark, Orochimaru smiled. And somewhere far away, miles gone in seconds, crossing borders and mountains and rivers like they were lines on a map, a white and gold streak moved across the face of the world. Faster than light, faster than thought, faster than anything the shinobi world had ever produced or ever would. Godspeed ran. He ran because there was more work to do. More guilty men walking free. More systems to tear apart. More justice to deliver. He ran because the world was broken, and he was the only one willing to fix it the way it needed to be fixed. He ran because stopping meant thinking, and thinking meant remembering, and remembering meant feeling the weight of everything he carried. August Heart's grief, Naruto Uzumaki's loneliness, the blood on his hands, the faces of the dead, and the question he would never answer, was he a hero or a monster? He ran because the answer didn't matter. Only the speed, only the verdict. Godspeed. The headband sat in the dirt. The village went on. The sun climbed higher over Konoha, indifferent to the fact that the most powerful being it had ever sheltered had just walked away. And the shinobi world, all 5 great nations, all their armies, all their Kage, all their secrets and jutsu and ancient power, had no idea what was coming. A storm, white and gold, faster than anything they could imagine. The light they would learn to fear, miles away, on a hilltop overlooking a country he had no name for. Godspeed stopped running. He stood on the crest of the hill. The wind blew through his long blonde hair. The mask was off, hanging from his belt. He was Naruto again, just Naruto, 12 years old, blue eyes, his father's face. He looked east toward Konoha, toward the fading pillar of smoke from the invasion damage. He felt the speed force humming in every atom, ready, waiting, infinite. This is just the beginning, he said to no one, to everyone, to the world that was about to change. He put the mask back on, the voice doubled. The lightning crawled across the suit. The gold accents blazed like veins of sunlight. Godspeed turned away from Konoha. He faced the rest of the world, every dark corner, every hidden crime, every broken system. "I am the judge," he said. He crouched. "I am the jury." The speed force surged. Reality bent. The air screamed. "I am the executioner," he launched. A crack of golden lightning so loud it echoed across 3 mountain ranges. A streak of white and gold that crossed the horizon in a blink. Gone. Moving. Running. The world didn't know it yet. The Kage didn't know it yet. The crime lords and warlords and missing nin and corrupt leaders sitting in their towers didn't know it yet. But they would. God helped them. They would. Because you can't outrun justice, and justice just left the Leaf Village with a chip on his shoulder and the power of a god in his veins. The smoke rose from Konoha in a thin gray column that caught the morning light and turned it pale. From the hilltop, it looked like nothing, a smudge against the sky, a village nursing its wounds after an invasion it barely survived. Naruto watched it for 10 seconds. He counted. He always counted. 10 seconds was the amount of time he allowed himself to feel something, before the feeling became weight, and the weight became hesitation, and hesitation was the enemy of everything he had built himself into. 10 seconds. He saw the Hokage monument, his father's face, the face he wore, the face of a man who had given everything for a village that had taken his son and broken him like a toy they didn't want but couldn't throw away. 9. He saw the streets, the academy, the apartment with the leaking ceiling and the expired bread, the alley behind the red light district where an 8-year-old boy had died and something else had woken up. 8. He saw Aruka's face, the one adult who had smiled at him and meant it. 7. He saw Kakashi holding the headband in his palm. The copy ninja who had 1,000 jutsu and not one of them could teach him how to be a father figure to a boy who needed one. 6. He saw Jiraiya crying, the Toad Sage, the legendary Sannin, the godfather who had been everywhere in the world except where his godson needed him. 5. He saw Sasuke's Sharingan spinning, the fracture deepening, the curse mark pulsing. 4. He saw the third Hokage's body being carried down from the rooftop. 3. He saw the faces of the children in the streets during the invasion, screaming, running, terrified. 2. He saw the broken bottle in the alley, the boot on his throat, the world going dark. 1. He turned west. The mask went on. The voice doubled. The speed force surged through every atom of his body like a river breaking its banks. The gold conductive strips on the suit blazed to life, and the white armor hummed with an energy that had no name in this world's language. The hilltop grass flattened in a perfect circle around his feet. The air compressed. The morning light bent, Godspeed ran. The hilltop cratered behind him. A sonic boom rolled across the landscape like cannon fire, echoing off the mountains and fading into the distance. A white and gold streak cut across the face of the world, and the world did not even have time to notice before he was gone. He crossed the border of the land of fire in 11 seconds. He crossed the border of the land of rivers in 6 more. He was in the land of wind before the dust from his departure had settled on the hilltop. The geography blurred beneath his feet. Forests became grasslands, became desert, became coast, became forest again. He was moving at a speed that turned the planet into a smear of color, and the only thing that was clear, the only thing that was sharp and defined and real, was the list. The list lived in his head, compiled over years, updated nightly. Names, locations, crimes, evidence, verdicts. Every corrupt lord who starved his people, every crime boss who dealt in human flesh, every rogue shinobi who had turned murder into a profession and never been held to account, every system failure that left victims in the dirt while the perpetrators sat in comfortable chairs and counted their money. The list was long. Naruto had time. The first name belonged to a man called Renzo Takigawa, a feudal lord in the land of hot water who had been running an opium operation through his territory's mountain passes. The drug moved south into the land of fire and north into the land of lightning. Renzo had been doing this for 11 years. His peasants worked the fields. His samurai kept them quiet. 3 villages in his territory had been gutted by addiction and the poverty it bred. Children worked the processing plants. 2 of them had died in the past month from exposure to the chemicals. Naruto had read the reports. He had run through the processing plants at night 6 weeks ago and counted the children. He had memorized their faces. Godspeed arrived at Renzo's estate at 2 in the morning. The estate was a sprawling compound surrounded by walls and guarded by 36 armed samurai. The walls were stone. The gates were reinforced iron. There were watchtowers at each corner with archers on rotation. None of it mattered. He phased through the outer wall. His molecules vibrated at air frequency, and the stone passed around him like water around a fish. He moved through the compound at a speed that turned the guards into statues. 3 in the courtyard, 2 by the inner gate, 6 along the inner wall, 4 outside the main house, and the rest distributed through the barracks. He touched each one as he passed. A fingertip to the back of the neck, a pulse of speed force energy that disrupted the motor cortex. They dropped, unconscious, alive. They were soldiers, employees. Most of them were not on the list. Renzo was. The feudal lord was in his bedroom on the 3rd floor. Silk sheets, gold-trimmed furniture, a woman in the bed beside him who was not his wife. Naruto phased through the bedroom wall and stood at the foot of the bed. The gold lightning from his suit cast the room in flickering amber light. Renzo woke up. He saw the mask, the white suit, the gold light crawling across the armor like living veins. His face went white. "You're Renzo Takigawa," Godspeed said. 11 years of opium production, 3 villages destroyed, children working your processing plants, 2 dead this month. Renzo reached under his pillow. His hand found the kunai he kept there. He lunged. Naruto caught the blade between 2 fingers. He snapped it. The metal broke like a twig. He dropped the pieces on the silk sheets. "That's the verdict," Godspeed said. He vibrated his hand. He placed it against Renzo's chest. The feudal lord had time to open his mouth. He did not have time to scream. Quick, clean, final. The woman in the bed fainted. Naruto left her there. He walked through the wall. He ran to the processing plants in the mountains. He freed the children. He burned the plants. The opium fields, acres of white poppies stretching across the mountain terraces, ignited under Speed Force lightning, and the fire was so hot and so fast that the fields were ash before the flames reached the tree line. By dawn, Renzo Takegawa's operation was gone. The children were in the nearest village, wrapped in blankets, being fed by the people there, who had always known about the operation but had never had the power to stop it. One name, one night, done. The second name was in the land of Earth. A mining consortium run by 3 brothers who had been using enslaved labor in their deep shaft mines for 2 decades. The miners were prisoners of war from the Third Great Ninja War, men who had been captured, stripped of their identities, and sold to the consortium by corrupt military officials who had listed them as dead. They had been underground for 20 years. Some of them had gone blind from the darkness. Godspeed arrived at the mining complex at midnight. The complex was built into the side of a mountain. Multiple shafts, a surface operation with barracks and processing facilities, and a private compound for the 3 brothers on the ridge above. The security was heavier here. 40 guards. 10 of them were former shinobi, Chunin level, hired for their combat ability. Naruto moved through the complex like wind through a window. The former shinobi were the first to drop. They were trained. They had reflexes. They could react to threats that civilian guards could not. None of them reacted to this. Speed Force pulses to the base of the skull. 10 guards. 2 seconds. Down. The civilian guards followed, unconscious, alive. Not on the list. The 3 brothers were in the compound on the ridge, drinking, laughing, counting the day's yield from mines worked by men who had not seen the sun in 20 years. Naruto did not give a speech. He did not show them the mask and let them see the lightning and feel the fear. He walked through the wall. He disrupted their hearts. 1, 2, 3. Each one dropped where they sat. Their drinks spilled across the table. The lantern flickered. He descended into the mines. He found the prisoners, 73 men, thin, broken. Some of them could not stand. Some of them could not remember their own names. He carried them out, one at a time. At Speed Force velocity, each trip took less than a second. 73 men, brought from the deepest shafts to the surface, laid out on the grass under a sky most of them had not seen in 2 decades. The first man to open his eyes looked up at the stars and began to weep. Naruto stood among them. He removed his mask for a moment. The wind blew through his long hair. He looked at the freed men, and he felt something that was not on the list and not in the mission profile. He felt the echo of an 8-year-old boy reaching for a world that had turned its back on him. He put the mask back on. He burned the mines. The third name was in the land of water. A trafficking ring operating out of a chain of islands south of the main archipelago. The ring moved people, women and children, primarily, through a network of boats and safe houses that stretched from the land of water to the southern coast of the land of wind. The operation had been running for 7 years. The Hidden Mist village knew about it. 3 separate reports had been filed with the Mizukage's office. All 3 had been buried by officials who were receiving payments from the ring's leadership. Godspeed arrived at the primary island base during a moonless night. The base was a converted fishing village. Docks, warehouses, a main house on the hill, and a network of underground cells where the captives were held. 62 armed operatives, 8 boats, 314 captives in the cells below. Naruto did not phase. He did not sneak. He walked across the water at normal speed, gold lightning crackling softly across the white suit, and stepped onto the dock. The first guard to see him pulled a sword and died before the blade left the sheath. Speed Force lightning arced from Naruto's hand and hit the man's chest. He dropped. The second guard turned. Naruto was already past him. A vibrating hand through the guard's spine. The man folded. He moved through the village. Not at full speed, at a pace fast enough to be overwhelming, but slow enough that they could see him. He wanted them to see him. He wanted the stories that the survivors would carry to be specific. A white suit, gold lightning, a mask that showed nothing, a figure that moved through walls and bullets and blades like they were dreams. 62 operatives, 31 seconds. Some of them fought, some of them ran. The result was the same for all of them. The ring's leader was in the main house. A woman named Suki, who had once been a chunin of the Hidden Mist before she discovered that selling people was more profitable than serving a village. She was sitting at a desk when Naruto phased through the floor beneath her. He rose through the wooden planks like a ghost. Gold light filled the room. 314 people in your cells, Godspeed said. Women, children. Suki reached for the seal tag on her desk. An explosive, enough to level the house and everything beneath it. Naruto's hand was on her wrist before her fingers touched the paper. The bones ground. She gasped. You would kill them all to escape, Naruto said. That tells me everything. The verdict was delivered. The hand vibrated. Suki's eyes went wide, then empty, then closed. He freed the captives. He burned the boats. He left the island at dawn, running across the ocean surface at a speed that left a wake visible from space, a white line drawn across the blue water, straight and true and gone. 3 names, 3 nights, 3 operations that had existed for years, for decades, protected by systems too corrupt or too cowardly to act. All of them ended. Not with politics, not with negotiation, not with the slow grinding machinery of justice that ground so slowly it let the guilty die of old age. Ended with speed, with a verdict. With golden lightning and the absence of mercy, the reports started arriving. They came in pieces at first. Individual dispatches from border patrols, trade route monitors, ambush surveillance teams. A destroyed estate in the land of hot water. A collapsed mining operation in the land of earth. A trafficking island in the land of water reduced to ash and empty cells. The details varied. The signature was identical. White suit, gold lightning. Speed that defied every measurement tool the shinobi world possessed. No chakra residue, no scent trail, no footprints. Just bodies, scorch marks, and the faint smell of ozone. The dispatches converged on 5 desks, 5 offices, 5 leaders who sat in the highest chairs their nations had to offer and read the same impossible story told 5 different ways. In the hidden cloud village, the Raikage, A, the 4th, read the latest report and put it down on his desk with a hand that was vibrating with fury. The report described an illegal weapons depot in the Land of Lightning's eastern mountains. The depot had been run by a retired Cloud Jonin, selling military-grade explosive tags to insurgents across 3 borders. It had been operating for 4 years. The Raikage's own intelligence division had flagged it twice. Both times, the investigation had been shelved due to political connections between the retired Jonin and 2 members of the Cloud Council. The depot was gone. The retired Jonin was dead. His body had been found with no external wounds and a heart that had simply stopped working. The 53 insurgent buyers who had been present during the raid were found scattered across the mountain slope. Broken bones, fried nervous systems, 1 man embedded in a cliff face 300 meters from the depot entrance. I'll read the report again. Then he slammed his fist through his desk. The wood split down the center. Papers flew. His aide, a Jonin named Darui, caught a falling ink pot without looking. This is the 6th report in 2 weeks, I said. His voice was the kind of quiet that came before an explosion. 6 operations in my country, destroyed, without authorization, without consultation, without so much as a courtesy message to the Raikage's office. Sir, someone is running through the Land of Lightning faster than me, and I do not know who they are, and I cannot catch them. The Raikage's fist opened and closed. His lightning armor flickered across his skin involuntarily. That is unacceptable. In the Hidden Mist village, the 5th Mizuka Rumi read her version of the reports with a different expression. Not fury, unease. She sat in her office with her chin resting on her interlaced fingers and studied the pattern. The trafficking island, a weapons smuggling operation off the southern coast. A rogue Miss Jonin who had been selling intelligence to the Land of Earth for 6 years, found dead in his safe house with his files burned and his body untouched, except for a single scorch mark on his chest. Whatever this is, May said to her aide Al, it is not random. The targets are specific. Criminal operations, corrupt officials, individuals who've escaped the justice system. She paused. It is doing our job for us, and that worries me more than if it were attacking civilians. Should we increase border patrols? Against something that moves faster than our sensor network can detect? She shook her head slowly. We'd be putting up a net to catch the wind. In the hidden stone village, the third Tsuchikage, Onoki, hovered behind his desk, his small frame rigid with indignation. He had received reports of the mining consortium's destruction. He had also received reports of 3 border fortifications in the land of Earth being breached and then abandoned, as if someone had run through them simply to prove they could, leaving no damage except scorch marks on the entry and exit walls. This is a provocation, Onoki said. His voice was firm despite his age. Someone is testing our defenses. Tsuchikage-sama, the forensic teams found no evidence of chakra-based intrusion. Then what did they find? Speed, sir. Just speed. The walls weren't broken, they were bypassed. Whatever came through moved so fast that the barrier seals didn't register a presence. The impact marks suggest a physical body moving at a velocity our instruments cannot calibrate for. Onoki's jaw tightened. He had fought in 3 wars. He had seen the yellow flash. He had watched Minato Namikaze dismantle an entire stone battalion with his flying Raijin. It had been the single most humiliating military defeat of his career. Faster than the yellow flash? He asked. Sir, the numbers suggest significantly faster, by orders of magnitude. Onoki refused to believe it. He said so. He said it loudly. He sent 3 Anbu teams to investigate. None of them found anything. In the hidden sand village, the Kazakage's office was quiet. Gaara sat behind his desk. He was young for a Kage. Too young, some said, though they said it quietly now. He read the reports. He read every single one. He did not slam a fist. He did not raise his voice. He set each report down in a neat pile and looked out his window at the desert. He knew. He had felt that punch. The one that had collapsed Shukaku's form around him like a sandcastle hit by a typhoon. He had woken up on a street in the land of waves with the taste of sand in his mouth, and the memory of a white figure standing on the bridge of a tailed beast's nose and swinging with the force of a falling star. He knew who Godspeed was. He didn't know the boy's name, but he knew the energy, he knew the speed, he knew the lightning, and he knew that whatever Naruto Uzumaki was doing out there in the world, it was not random, it was not careless, and it was not going to stop. Gaara said nothing. He filed the reports. He did not send Anbu teams. Back in the world, Godspeed kept running. The weeks turned into months. The months accumulated like snowfall. Each one adding weight, adding speed, adding bodies to the list of the judged. Naruto crossed the shinobi world and recrossed it. He moved through countries the way other people move through rooms. The land of fire, the land of wind, the land of earth, the land of water, the land of lightning, the smaller nations in between, the land of grass, the land of rain, the land of waterfalls. He ran through them all. In a harbor town on the western coast, he dismantled a pirate fleet that had been raiding merchant ships for a decade. 23 ships, 400 crew. The fleet's admiral, a former stone jonin with a bounty so old the ink had faded, was found on the deck of his flagship with his heart stopped and his crew scattered across the harbor, unconscious or dead. Their weapons broken, their sails burning. In a mountain fortress in the land of iron, he tore through a mercenary company that had been selling its services to the highest bidder for 20 years, including, in the past 5, conducting assassinations of political figures who threatened the status quo in 3 separate nations. The fortress was carved into a cliff face. It had been considered impregnable. Naruto phased through 900 feet of solid stone, moved through 6 floors of fortified corridors at a speed that turned the fortress's internal defenses into decoration, and reached the company's leader, a samurai named Hideo who had killed 37 people for money, in under 4 seconds. In a hidden laboratory beneath a temple in the land of grass, he found something that made even August Hart's hardened memories recoil. A research facility, funded by remnants of Orochimaru's network, staffed by medical ninja who had been expelled from the hidden grass for ethical violations and found new employment doing things that the word unethical was too gentle for. They were experimenting on children, trying to replicate Kekkei Genkai through forced genetic manipulation. The children, 11 of them, ages 4 through 9, were in glass tubes filled with green fluid, their bodies scarred and stitched and wrong. Naruto stood in that laboratory, and the speed force surged through his body so violently that every piece of glass in the room, the tubes, the beakers, the monitors, the observation windows, cracked simultaneously from the vibration. The researchers looked up from their stations. They saw the white suit, the gold lightning, the mask. He did not give them time to speak. 12 researchers, 0 seconds. The speed force lightning leapt from his body in a cascade of gold and white arcs that hit every researcher simultaneously. They dropped. Some of them were breathing when they hit the floor. Some were not. Naruto did not check. He freed the children. He carried them out of the laboratory one by one, each trip taking less than a heartbeat. He set them in the grass outside the temple, in the sunlight, and he stood over them while the laboratory beneath them burned from the speed force energy he'd left crackling through its walls. The children blinked at the sun. Some of them screamed. Some of them were too damaged to scream. Naruto removed his mask. He knelt beside the youngest, a girl, 4 years old, with stitches across her arms and eyes that were too large and too empty. He said nothing. He just knelt there. The speed force hummed through him, and the healing component, the accelerated cellular repair that knit his own wounds in seconds, pulsed from his hands into hers, not healing the damage. He couldn't undo what had been done to her DNA, but calming the pain, slowing the inflammation, giving her body a chance to stop hurting for the first time in however long she'd been in that tube. The girl looked at him. She didn't know who he was. She didn't know what the gold light meant, or why the tall boy with the long blonde hair had tears running down his face, even though his expression was stone. He stayed for 12 minutes, longer than he stayed anywhere. Then he put the mask back on, ran to the nearest town, told the elder there about the children, and was gone before the elder finished turning around. The world was noticing. The criminal underworld was talking. The intelligence agencies were scrambling. And the Kage were holding emergency sessions that produced nothing because you cannot make policy for a hurricane. Through all of it, one man followed. Jiraiya of the Sannin had been on Naruto's trail since the day the boy left Konoha. The Toad Sage had the best spy network in the shinobi world, a web of informants, contacts, and intelligence assets spanning every nation. He had used it to track missing nin, to monitor Akatsuki movements, to gather intelligence that had shaped 3 decades of Konoha's foreign policy. He could not find a 13-year-old boy. He came close. He always came close. He arrived in the harbor town 3 hours after the pirate fleet burned. He walked through the wreckage and looked at the scorch marks on the flagship's deck and pressed his hand against the wood where the burn was still warm. 3 hours. In a race against Godspeed, 3 hours was 3 lifetimes. He arrived at the mountain fortress in the Land of Iron 2 days after the mercenary company was erased. He talked to the locals. He gathered descriptions. White suit, gold lightning, a voice like 2 people speaking at once. Fast, so fast that the witnesses couldn't describe it because their brains hadn't processed it. One man told Jiraiya he'd seen a gold streak cross the sky. Another said he'd heard a sound like a thunderclap compressed into a single point. A child in the village below the fortress said a shooting star had come down and gone back up again, and it had been beautiful. Jiraiya sat in a bar in the Land of Iron and drank sake and stared at the reports spread across the table. He was tired, not physically. Sannin didn't get physically tired from field work. He was tired in the place where a man keeps the things he's failed at, and that place was full to the ceiling. He looked at the reports, the pattern, the precision, the absolute unflinching consistency of the kills. No collateral damage to innocents, no errors, no wrong targets. Every single person Godspeed had killed had a documented history of crimes that the existing system had failed to punish. This was not rage. This was not a rampage. This was a boy, a child, running a one-man justice system across 5 nations because the adults who were supposed to do the job couldn't be bothered to do it right. Jiraiya put his face in his hands. "Minato," he said to the empty bar, "your son is everything you were and nothing you'd recognize. And I don't know how to bring him home because I don't think home exists for him anymore." The bartender looked over. "You say something?" "Just talking to ghosts," Jiraiya said. He paid. He left. He followed the next report, a destroyed smuggling operation in the land of Earth. By the time he got there, Naruto was in the land of water, always 3 steps behind, always arriving at the aftermath, always finding the scorch marks still warm and the silence still ringing and the ozone still sharp in the air. Jiraiya kept chasing because he was a stubborn old man who had failed too many people to give up on this one. Because somewhere under the white suit and the gold lightning and the doubled voice and the kill list that grew shorter every night was the son of his greatest student, and Jiraiya would follow that son to the ends of the world. Even if he never caught up, even if catching up was exactly the thing the Speed Force was designed to prevent, the Akatsuki moved. They had been watching, monitoring. Their intelligence was good, not as good as Naruto's Speed Force enhanced surveillance, but good enough to know that their primary target had left Konoha, that he was operating independently, and that he was systematically dismantling the criminal infrastructure that the Akatsuki relied on for funding and cover. The leader Pain held a meeting. The holographic forms of the remaining members flickered in the cave. Itachi Uchiha, Kasame Hoshigaki, Deidara, Sasori, Hidan, Kakuzu, Zetsu. Konan stood beside the Deva Pass projection. The Renegade's concentric circles glowed in the dim light. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has become a variable, Pain said. His voice carried the flat authority of a man who had transcended human emotion and replaced it with ideology. He is no longer contained within a village. He is no longer predictable. And the reports from every nation suggest a level of power that exceeds our initial projections. Let me blow him up, Deidara said. Art is an explosion. He'll be art. He moves faster than your clay can fly, Sasori said. You'd be sculpting your own funeral. Itachi, Kasame, Pain's Renegade fixed on their projections. You were assigned the Nine Tails. The assignment stands. Find him. Capture him. Itachi said nothing. His Sharingan was steady. His face was unreadable. Kasame grinned, shark teeth, predator's confidence. With pleasure. They found him. Or rather, Naruto let them find him. He had been tracking the Akatsuki's movement since he left Konoha. Speed Force perception meant he could feel vibrations across vast distances. The specific energy signature of S-rank shinobi moving through the world left a wake that he could sense the way a spider senses vibrations on its web. He knew Itachi and Kasame were hunting him. He knew their route. He knew their timing. He chose the location, a clearing in the forests of the land of rivers, an open field surrounded by old-growth trees, the kind with trunks wide enough to hide a house behind. A river ran along the northern edge. The moon was full. He arrived first. He walked into the clearing in civilian clothes. No suit, long blonde hair loose around his face, hands in his pockets. He sat on a rock by the river and waited. Kasame and Itachi arrived 20 minutes later. They emerged from the tree line like shadows gaining substance. Kasame was carrying Samehada across his shoulders, the bandaged blade twitching with anticipation. Itachi walked beside him, Sharingan active, Akatsuki cloak moving in the breeze. Kasame saw Naruto sitting on the rock and his grin widened. Well, the Jinchuriki who runs, sitting still for once. He pulled Samehada from his shoulders and planted the blade's tip in the dirt. You're walking into your own death, kid. Naruto looked at Kasame. He studied the man without emotion, already planning the incision. Samehada absorbs chakra, Naruto said. His voice was conversational. I don't use chakra. He tilted his head. Swing it. Kasame's grin flickered, not from fear, from confusion. The statement didn't compute. Every living being used chakra. Every living being had a chakra network. It was the fundamental energy of the shinobi world. Saying, I don't use chakra was like saying, I don't use blood. But Kasame was not a man who hesitated. He was a man who swung. Samehada came around in a horizontal arc aimed at Naruto's midsection. The blade screamed through the air. Literally screamed, the bandages peeling back as the living sword opened its mouth in anticipation of the chakra feast. The swing was fast, Jonin fast. S-rank missing nin with decades of combat experience fast. The blade hit nothing. Kasame stumbled forward. The momentum of his swing carried him past the point where Naruto had been sitting. The rock was empty. The air smelled like lightning. Behind you, Naruto said. Kasame spun. Naruto was standing 3 feet behind him. He hadn't drawn a weapon. His hands were at his sides. His right hand vibrated. the fingers blurring at a frequency that made them translucent, a soft golden light building along his forearm. Kasame swung again, backhand, full power. Samahada's mouth opened wide, ready to eat whatever energy this boy was generating. Naruto stepped inside the swing. He moved at a fraction of his true speed, but it was still faster than Kasame could process. He was inside the arc of the blade before Kasame's arms completed the motion. His vibrating hand touched Samahada's bandaged surface. The sword recoiled. Samahada, the sentient blade that had fed on the chakra of 1,000 shinobi, that had devoured techniques and energy and life force for decades, physically recoiled from Naruto's hand. The blade jerked backward in Kasame's grip. The bandages wrapped tight. The mouth closed. Samahada was afraid. A sword that ate chakra had just tasted the speed force and found something it could not consume, could not digest, could not survive. Kisame felt the sword pull away. His eyes widened. Naruto's vibrating hand went past the sword, through the air, into Kisame's back. The hand phased through the Akatsuki cloak, through the skin, through the muscle, into the spine. His fingers found the vertebrae and vibrated at a frequency that disrupted the molecular bonds between them. The sound was small and terrible, like dry wood splitting inside a bag. Kisame's legs stopped working. His eyes went wide. Samahada fell from his grip and hit the ground with a thud that seemed too quiet for the death of a legend. The shark man of the mist, the monster of the hidden mist. Kisame Hoshigaki, S-rank missing nin who had fought Jinchuriki and Kage and lived, dropped to his knees. 4 seconds. From the first swing to the last breath. Kisame looked down at his useless legs. He looked up at Naruto. Something that was almost admiration crossed his face. "Fast," he said. The word came out wet. Then his eyes went distant and he fell forward into the grass. Itachi had not moved. The elder Uchiha stood at the tree line and watched Kasame die with an expression that did not change. His Sharingan spun, 3 tomoe, each one rotating at maximum speed, trying to process, trying to analyze, trying to find a pattern in the speed. The Sharingan saw fragments, glimpses, a hand in motion, a body that was here and then was there. But the gaps between the fragments were empty. The eye could not fill them in. The speed existed in the space between the Sharingan's frames, and that space was infinite. Itachi's right eye shifted. The tomoe merged. The Manjikyo Sharingan bloomed, a pinwheel of black on red, the eye that had defined and destroyed the Uchiha clan. The air around his left eye shimmered with heat. Amaterasu, Itachi said. Black flames erupted from his left eye and crossed the distance to Naruto instantly. The flames of the sun goddess, inextinguishable, burning at the temperature of the sun's surface, capable of consuming anything they touched until nothing remained. The ultimate offensive technique of the Manjekyu Sharingan, Naruto ran through them. His molecules vibrated. His body shifted to the frequency of air, and the black flames passed through him like shadows through a screen. They hit the grass behind him and began to burn, spreading in a circle of black fire that consumed everything it touched. But Naruto stood in the center of the flame's trajectory, untouched, his long hair not even singed. Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan widened, a micro-expression. On anyone else, it would have been invisible. On Itachi Uchiha, it was the equivalent of screaming. "Tsukiyomi," Itachi said. The world changed. Naruto blinked and he was somewhere else. A black sky, a red moon, a cross. The Tsukiyomi dimension, Itachi's most devastating genjutsu, a mental construct where the caster controlled time, space, and perception, absolutely. 72 hours of psychological torture compressed into a single second of real time. The technique that had broken Kakashi Hatake. The technique that had shattered minds that were supposed to be unbreakable. Naruto stood in the black world. He looked at the red moon. He felt the genjutsu pressing against his mind, trying to take hold, trying to write its narrative over his consciousness. Trying to fill his perception with pain and horror and despair, it found August Heart. The genjutsu hit a wall. Not a chakra wall. Not a mental defense technique. Something else. Something structural. The memories of a man who had already lived one full lifetime of grief and loss and rage, injustice and death. August Heart had watched his brother die. August Heart had grieved until the grief became purpose. August Heart had wielded the speed force and faced down speedsters and gods and the fundamental forces of a universe that was not this one. His mind was not a mind that could be broken by showing it suffering. It was a mind that had been forged in suffering and come out the other side as a blade. Naruto walked through the Tsukuyomi. He walked toward the red moon. The black sky cracked around him, not because he was breaking the genjutsu with chakra, but because his will was simply denser than the construct's architecture. The mental dimension could not contain a consciousness that had lived two lives and survived both. 1 second passed. 2. The Tsukuyomi shattered. Naruto was standing in the clearing again. The grass, the trees, the full moon. Itachi across from him, the Mangekyo Sharingan bleeding. A thin line of red trailing from his left eye, the cost of using Tsukuyomi. Naruto looked at Itachi and said, "That was your best? I've seen worse in my sleep." A silence filled the clearing that was deeper than the absence of sound. It was the silence of a paradigm collapsing, the silence of a legend discovering its limits. Itachi deactivated the Mangekyo. The Sharingan remained, but the advanced form retreated. The blood on his cheek caught the moonlight. He stood very still. He assessed. The 3 Tomoe Sharingan processed everything it had observed: the phasing, the speed, the resistance to genjutsu, the energy that was not chakra. Itachi Uchiha was a genius. He could see the shape of things even when the details were hidden. And the shape of what was standing in front of him was something that the Sharingan's entire framework could not touch. Amaterasu could not burn him. Tsukuyomi could not break him. Susanoo could buy time, but could not win. Every technique Itachi possessed operated within the chakra paradigm, and Naruto Uzumaki existed outside it. Itachi felt something he had not felt since the night he killed his clan. Not fear. Recognition. The recognition that he was standing in front of a force that was beyond his ability to fight, and that the only remaining question was what that force would do next. "You're protecting your brother," Naruto said. Itachi's face did not change, but his hands, hidden in the sleeves of his Akatsuki cloak, went still. "You killed your clan for him," Naruto continued. His voice was flat, a file being read aloud. The Uchiha coup was real. The clan was planning to overthrow the Hokage and seize control of the village. The third Hokage couldn't negotiate a peaceful resolution. Danzo pushed for extermination. The council agreed. They needed someone inside the clan, someone young, someone loyal to the village above all else. The clearing was silent. Kasame's body lay in the grass, forgotten. "They chose you," Naruto said, "and you said yes, because you had a little brother who was 7 years old, and you loved him more than you loved your own name. You killed everyone. Your parents, your aunts, your uncles, your cousins, everyone except Sasuke. And then you let the world call you a monster so that your brother would have someone to hate instead of a village to destroy." Itachi's Sharingan spun once. Slowly. His jaw was tight. A muscle twitched in his cheek. "And the village used you for it." This, Naruto said. "The council. Danzo. They gave you the order and then they made you the monster. They let you carry it alone. They let you join the Akatsuki as a double agent, and they never once tried to bring you home because a dead scapegoat was more useful than a living hero." The silence that followed was the silence of a truth that had been buried for years, finally being spoken aloud in the open air. Itachi had carried this secret the way a man carries a wound that will not heal, pressing on it, hiding it, pretending the blood wasn't there. And now a 13-year-old boy was standing in a clearing and saying it like it was the weather. "How?" Itachi said. One word, barely a whisper. "I read the classified files, all of them. Danzo's personal records, the council minutes from the night the order was given, the third Hokage's sealed correspondence. I read every word at a speed your Sharingan cannot comprehend, and I verified every detail against 3 separate intelligence archives from 3 separate nations." Naruto paused. "Your secret is not a secret, Itachi. It is a cover-up, and cover-ups have paper trails." Itachi closed his eyes. When he opened them, the Sharingan was gone. Just dark eyes. Tired eyes. The eyes of a man who had been dying for years and knew it. "What do you intend to do?" Itachi asked. "I'm not going to kill you today," Naruto said, "because your brother deserves the truth from you, not from a headstone." He stepped back. Gold lightning flickered across his fingertips and then faded. "But the day you stand against me, it ends differently." Itachi looked at Naruto for a long time. The clearing, the moonlight, the body of his partner in the grass. The boy who had dismantled S-rank shinobi the way other children took apart toys. "You carry a heavy thing," Itachi said. "So do you. And does it get lighter?" "No," Naruto said. "You just get stronger." He turned. He walked to the edge of the clearing. The trees waited. The night was quiet. "Uzumaki," Itachi said. Naruto stopped. "There is a sickness in me that medical ninjutsu cannot cure. I have months left, perhaps less." Itachi's voice was the voice of a man setting down the last heavy thing. "I will find Sasuke. I will give him the fight he needs, and I will give him the truth he deserves." Naruto didn't turn around. "See that you do?" he said. Then the golden lightning erupted and he was gone. Itachi stood in the clearing alone. Kasame's body in the grass, the black flames of Amaterasu still burning in a circle behind where Naruto had stood, the moon overhead. The Uchiha closed his eyes. He pressed 2 fingers to his own chest, where his heart was failing by degrees. "Sasuke," he said to the empty air. "I'm coming." Naruto returned to Konoha exactly once. It was 3:17 in the morning. The village was asleep. The streets were empty. The new barrier seals, installed after the invasion by Tsunade's administration, hummed at the gates and along the walls, designed to detect any intrusion through chakra signature analysis. Naruto phased through them the way sunlight passes through glass. The seals didn't register a flicker. He was wearing the full Godspeed suit, white armor, gold accents, the mask. He moved through the village at a speed that rendered him invisible to the human eye and to the Anbu patrols that rotated through the streets on 15-minute intervals. He passed between 2 Anbu operatives standing 6 feet apart, and neither of them felt a breeze. He descended, beneath the village, beneath the Hokage Tower, beneath the foundations that the first Hokage had built. There was a place that did not appear on any map. Root Headquarters. Danzo Shimura's Kingdom of Shadows, a network of tunnels and chambers carved into the bedrock of the village itself, sealed behind barriers that were designed to resist the combined assault of an entire Anbu division. Naruto phased through the rock. His molecules vibrated at the frequency of stone, and he passed through 300 feet of bedrock like it was air. He emerged in the first corridor of the root complex, and he was already moving. The root operatives detected him the moment the speed force energy displaced the air in the corridor. They were good, the best. Danzo's children, trained from birth to be weapons, their emotions stripped, their identities erased, their bodies honed into instruments of the state. They reacted in fractions of seconds. They drew weapons. They formed hand signs. They activated the silent alarm protocols. Naruto moved through them at minimum force. A touch to the base of the skull, speed force energy disrupting the motor cortex, shutting down voluntary muscle control. The operatives dropped, one by one, each one leaving the operative unconscious, alive, unharmed. These were children built into weapons by a man who believed that people were tools to be shaped and discarded. They were not on the list. He would not add them. He cleared the outer corridors in 4 seconds. The inner ring, where the senior operatives and the root captains were stationed, took 2 more. The silent alarm had gone off, but Naruto was faster than the signal. He reached each response team before they finished receiving the alert. Touch, drop, touch, drop. Bodies folding to the floor in a wave that followed him through the complex like a wake following a ship. He reached the war room. Danzo Shimura was standing behind a stone table covered in maps and sealed documents. He was not surprised. The old man's one visible eye was fixed on the entrance, and his body was already in motion. His right hand, the bandaged one, the one wrapped in seals and hidden beneath his robes, was unwinding. The bandages fell away. Beneath them was an arm that was not human. It was pale, grafted, studded with Sharingan eyes, 10 of them, set into the flesh in a vertical line from wrist to shoulder. The stolen eyes of the Uchiha clan, harvested from the massacre that Danzo himself had ordered and implanted into his body by a medical ninja whose ethics had died long before his patient's victims. The first Sharingan opened. It blazed red. Izanagi, Danzo said. Reality shifted. The technique, the forbidden Uchiha ability to rewrite reality itself at the cost of 1 Sharingan eye, activated. Danzo's body shimmered and changed position. He was no longer behind the table. He was behind Naruto. A kunai in his hand, aimed at the back of the neck. A strike that would have killed any normal shinobi. The kunai passed through Naruto's neck. phased. Danzo's hand came out the other side of Naruto's body holding nothing but air. The old man stumbled forward. Naruto didn't turn around. 9 left, Godspeed said. Danzo activated Izanagi again. Reality rewound. He appeared on the far side of the room, hands forming a seal. Wind style, vacuum blade. A compressed wind technique screamed across the war room. As sharp enough to cut through stone, Naruto let it hit him. The wind passed through his phasing body and carved a trench in the wall behind him. 8, Godspeed said. Again, Izanagi. Danzo appeared above, dropping from the ceiling, both hands forming a seal complex. Wind style, vacuum great sphere. A sphere of compressed air the size of a boulder, fired at point-blank range. Naruto walked through it. 7, again, and again, and again. Danzo burned through his stolen eyes like a man throwing money at a fire to put it out. Each Izanagi reset reality. Each time, Danzo appeared somewhere new, with a new attack, a new angle, a new technique. Each time, Naruto stood in the center of the room and did nothing. Every attack phased through him. Every attack hit nothing. Every Sharingan eye that burned shut was another dead Uchiha's stolen gift wasted on a fight that was already over. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The last Sharingan closed. Danzo's arm went dark. 10 eyes, blind. 10 resets, wasted. The old man stood across the war room with an empty arm and a body that was running on nothing but adrenaline and the stubborn refusal to acknowledge what was happening. His root captains had tried to intervene, 3 of them. They had come through the side entrances with weapons drawn and jutsu prepared. They were on the floor now, unconscious. Naruto had touched each of them without looking. The Speed Force pulses had shut them down like circuit breakers being thrown. Danzo was alone. Godspeed walked toward him. Each step was deliberate, unhurried. The gold lightning crawled across the white suit and cast the stone walls in flickering amber. Shimura Danzo, Godspeed said. The 2 voices filled the room. Architect of the Uchiha massacre, creator of Root, the man who sold the village's soul to keep its secrets. He stopped 3 feet from the old man. I've read every file you thought you buried. Danzo's hand moved, fast for his age. He reached into his robe and pulled a seal tag, one Naruto recognized. A reverse tetragram seal. A self-destruct mechanism designed to take everything within a 100-meter radius with it. Danzo's final contingency. If he died, the secrets died with him. Naruto was in front of him before the seal tag was fully extended. His hand rested against Danzo's chest, vibrating. You lived your whole life protecting the village by destroying the people inside it, Naruto said. You ordered the death of an entire clan because they threatened your power structure. You stole their eyes and wore them in your arm like trophies. You built an army of child soldiers and called it patriotism. You undermined 3 Hokage. You collaborated with Orochimaru. He paused. The gold lightning pulsed. Here is the verdict. His hand vibrated faster. It phased through Danzo's robe, through the skin, through the rib cage. His fingers found the heart. He disrupted it at the molecular level. A single pulse. The organ seized. The rhythm stopped. The blood stopped. Danzo's eye widened. His mouth opened. The seal tag fell from his fingers. Naruto caught it with his other hand and crushed it, the Speed Force energy overloading the seal's activation matrix before it could trigger. Danzo dropped. He hit the stone floor with a sound that was too small for the death of a man who had shaped the hidden leaf for 50 years. Just a thud. Just a body. Just another name crossed off a list. Naruto stood over him. He looked at the dead man's face, the old eye, the scarred socket where the other had been. The lines of a life spent in shadow, he felt nothing. He had expected to feel something. Satisfaction, relief, closure, the weight of the boy in the alley finally being set down. But there was nothing. Danzo's death was not a resolution. It was an item on a list being checked off. The system that had created Danzo was still standing. The village that had empowered him was still standing. Killing the architect did not undo the architecture, but it was a start. Naruto went to work. He moved through Danzo's war room at super speed and photographed every document with his enhanced memory. Then he gathered the physical files, every root record, every sealed order, every documented war crime, every name of every child conscripted, every operation sanctioned, every payment received. He stacked them neatly. He carried them upstairs, phasing through the bedrock, through the foundations, through the floor of the Hokage Tower. He placed them on the Hokage's desk. Every file, every document, every name, every crime, stacked in a neat pile in the center of Tsunade Senju's desk, with a single scorch mark beside them in the shape of a lightning bolt. His signature, his calling card. Then he was gone. At dawn, Tsunade Senju, the fifth Hokage, granddaughter of the first, greatest medical ninja in the shinobi world, a woman who had seen war and loss and horror on a scale that most people could not imagine, walked into her office and found the stack. She read the first page. Her face went white. She read the second page. Her hand began to shake. She read the Uchiha massacre order, Danzo's handwriting, the council's seal, the authorization for the systematic extermination of an entire clan, including children. And she pressed her fist against her desk so hard that the wood cracked from edge to edge. The desk split. The documents slid. A coffee cup fell and shattered on the floor. "Shizune," Tsunade said. Her voice was the voice of a woman who had just discovered that the foundation of her home was built on graves. "Get me Koharu and Homura. Get me every council member still breathing. Get me Kakashi. Get me the Anbu commander." She looked down at the lightning bolt scorch mark on her desk. "And find out everything we have on a white figure with gold lightning." Shizune moved. Below the village, the root operatives woke up. They found their headquarters empty, their commander dead, and every classified document missing. Some of them sat in the dark corridors and did not know what to do. For the first time in their lives, they had no orders. The machine that had consumed their childhoods and spat them out as weapons had simply stopped. Some of them, sitting in that dark, felt something they had never been allowed to feel. They didn't have a word for it yet, but it was the beginning of something. The beginning of being human. Orochimaru had been rebuilding. The loss of his arms, sealed by the third Hokage's Reaper death seal, had slowed him but not stopped him. He was Orochimaru. He had spent a lifetime transcending limitations. He had found new bodies, new vessels, new jutsu that didn't require hand signs. The Sound Village's underground fortress had been expanded, reinforced, layered with seal arrays that he had designed himself, each one a masterwork of Fuinjutsu. He had prepared for Godspeed. He knew the boy was coming. He had felt that Speed Force energy in the Forest of Death, had felt his body being dismantled at a molecular level by a child who moved faster than his neurons could fire. The memory was seared into his consciousness, not as fear, though fear was there, as fascination. Orochimaru was, above all else, a scientist, and the Speed Force was the greatest discovery he had never been able to study, so he prepared. He designed the fortress to be a trap, layered defenses, each one calibrated to the Speed Force energy signature he'd observed. Explosive seal arrays that triggered on vibration frequency rather than chakra presence. Gravitational compression barriers stolen from research into the Rinnegan's abilities. Summoning contracts with automatic activation, giant snakes that would fill every corridor with scaled muscle and venom if the seals detected an intrusion. The Sound Force stationed at the innermost barrier, their combined jutsu forming a wall that required dimensional manipulation to breach. It was the most sophisticated defensive architecture ever designed by a human mind. It accounted for phasing. It accounted for speed. It accounted for energy output. It was built by a genius who had spent a lifetime studying the impossible and making it ordinary. Naruto ran through it in 40 seconds. The vibration-triggered seals exploded. The corridor filled with fire and force and debris. Naruto phased through the explosions like a stone through smoke. His molecules vibrated at the frequency of the ambient air, and the fire passed around his body. The force passed through his body, and the debris flew through the space where his body existed and hit nothing. The gravitational compression barriers engaged. The air itself compressed. Pressure so intense that it would have crushed a normal human body into a sphere the size of a fist. Naruto ran through the compression zones at a speed that exceeded the barrier's ability to grip him. He was in the zone and out of it before the gravitational field could fully engage. Like catching a bullet with a closing hand. The hand was fast, but the bullet was faster. The summons appeared. Giant snakes, 6 of them, each the size of a building, coiling through the corridors with fangs bared and tails thrashing. They filled the available space. They blocked the path with scaled muscle and killing intent. Naruto activated vortex arms, both arms spinning at a speed that generated localized pressure differentials, miniature tornadoes extending from his fists. He ran through the snakes. The first one exploded as the pressure differential tore its body apart at the cellular level. Scales, muscle, bone, all separated by the vacuum forces and scattered against the corridor walls. The second snake lunged. Naruto phased through its open jaws, ran along the inside of its body, and exited through its tail, the speed force energy he left in his wake detonating the snake from within. The remaining 4 snakes died in the next 2 seconds. Vortex arms and speed force lightning, applied simultaneously, reduced 6 building-sized summons to organic debris. The Sound 4 activated their barrier. The 4 Violet Flames formation, the same barrier type that had trapped the 3rd Hokage on the rooftop during the invasion. A wall of purple fire that burned anything it touched. Naruto ran around it. Not through it. Around it. He circled the barrier at a speed that generated a pressure wave strong enough to tear the seal tags off the walls. The barrier required 4 fixed points. When the seal tags were stripped away, pulled by the air displacement of a boy running at massively superluminal velocity, the 4 fixed points lost their anchoring. The barrier flickered, warped, and collapsed. The Sound Force staggered, their jutsu disrupted, their bodies thrown backward by the shockwave. Naruto hit them before they hit the ground. 4 bodies, 4 nerve disruptions. They dropped, alive but done. They were soldiers, tools. Not on the list. He reached the deepest chamber. Orochimaru was waiting. The Sannin had transferred into a new body, young, fresh, unmarked, in peak physical condition. He stood in the center of the chamber with his arms at his sides and that corpse smile on his face. The chamber was large, a vaulted stone space lit by fluorescent seals on the walls. Behind Orochimaru, rows of glass tubes lined the walls, each containing a preserved body. Backup vessels, future hosts, a gallery of stolen lives. "You came," Orochimaru said. Naruto walked through the chamber entrance. The Godspeed suit was blazing, gold lightning crackling across every surface, the white armor almost luminous in the seal light. The mask gave nothing away. "Did you think I wouldn't?" Godspeed said. Orochimaru's smile widened. "I prepared for you." "I know," Naruto said. He looked around the chamber, at the seals, at the tubes, at the gallery of bodies. "None of it is fast enough." Orochimaru moved. His body launched forward with a burst of speed that was, by any normal standard, extraordinary. His neck extended. The snake technique, his body stretching and contorting. His jaw unhinging as he lunged across the chamber with fangs extended, aiming for a bite that would inject a paralytic venom he had been developing specifically for this encounter. Naruto activated speed clones. His body split into 2 burning figures of gold and white, each one wrapped in the speed force, each one solid and real and operating at full speed. The clone hit Orochimaru from the left with a punch that carried the force of a building collapsing. The impact caught the Sannin mid-lunge and redirected his trajectory into the chamber wall. Stone cracked. Dust erupted. Orochimaru's body hit with a sound like a thunderclap, trapped in a box. The original phase through Orochimaru's countering snake extension, the neck stretching, the jaw snapping, the fangs passing through Naruto's phasing body like teeth through fog, and came up from below. His vibrating hand went into Orochimaru's torso from underneath. He could feel the organs, the ribs, the complicated biology of a man who had modified his own body so extensively that he was barely human anymore. His fingers closed around the spine and he tore upward. The sound was terrible. The sound of a body being divided from within. Orochimaru's current form collapsed. The body fell in pieces that were too clean to be natural. The speed force disruption had separated tissue along molecular boundaries, leaving cuts. But Orochimaru did not die. From the ruined body, a shape emerged. The snake. The true form, or the closest thing to it that remained. A massive white serpent, scaled and sinuous, erupting from the mouth of the dead vessel with a sound like tearing silk. Orochimaru's consciousness inhabited the serpent body, his face visible in the head of the creature, the yellow eyes burning with something that was half agony and half ecstasy. The serpent lunged, jaws wide, a body the size of a train car, scaled and fast and desperate. Naruto grabbed it by the tail. The clone converged from the other side. Both figures, original and clone, grabbed the serpent form and held it. The speed force energy in their hands vibrated at the frequency that disrupted living tissue. The scales began to crack. The flesh beneath began to destabilize. "You can keep shedding bodies," Godspeed said. The two voices echoed in the chamber. "There are not enough left." He squeezed speed force lightning arcs from his hand into the serpent form. Not physical lightning, not electricity. Speed force energy, the fundamental force of forward motion, channeled into a living body and accelerated. Every cell in the serpent form was suddenly vibrating at a frequency that was incompatible with life. Cellular bonds broke, proteins unfolded, DNA strands snapped. The body was being torn apart at the most fundamental level, not by force, but by the universe's own energy being directed into destruction. Orochimaru screamed. The sound was inhuman. It was the sound of a man who had cheated death 100 times, finally discovering that he had run out of loopholes. The serpent body convulsed. The scales shattered. The flesh dissolved. The chakra that held Orochimaru's consciousness, the thread of continuity that had allowed him to hop from body to body for decades, frayed and snapped. The Speed Force clone destabilized and merged back into the original with a flash of gold light. Naruto stood in the chamber. The remains of Orochimaru, the final remains, the actual, irreversible, permanent remains, lay on the stone floor. Not a body, not a snake. Just matter that had been a person and was now nothing, silence. Godspeed looked at the glass tubes along the walls, the backup vessels, the preserved bodies, dozens of them, each one a stolen life, each one a future crime that would now never happen. He destroyed them. Speed Force lightning arced from his hands and hit every tube simultaneously. The glass shattered. The preservation fluids evaporated. The bodies within crumbled. In 3 seconds, Orochimaru's entire gallery of stolen futures was gone. Above ground, the Sound Village soldiers felt the tremor. They saw a pillar of white and gold light erupt from the earth beneath their feet. It punched through the ceiling of the underground fortress, through the stone, through the soil, and into the sky. A column of Speed Force energy that was visible for miles. A beacon of gold and white that turned the clouds overhead amber. They did not know what it meant. But some of them, the ones who had been conscripted, the ones who had served Orochimaru out of fear rather than loyalty, looked at that light, felt something they could not explain. Like a weight being lifted. Like a lock being opened. In a medical tent on the compound's eastern perimeter, Kabuto Yakushi felt the connection to his master simply end. It did not fade. It did not weaken. It stopped. One moment, the faint psychic thread that had connected Kabuto to Orochimaru for years was there. The next moment, it was not. Kabuto's hands went still over his medical kit. He stared at nothing. His glasses caught the light from the distant pillar and reflected it back in gold and white. He sat like that for a long time. Then, slowly, something moved behind his eyes. Something that was not grief and not relief and not freedom, but something adjacent to all three. The last loyal servant of Orochimaru sat in a tent and felt the universe rearrange itself around the absence of his master. Naruto was already gone. Sasuke Uchiha arrived at the Sound Village 3 days later. He walked through the wreckage with his Sharingan active. He had been following the curse mark's pull, the psychic compass that had pointed toward Orochimaru for months, guiding him, drawing him, promising power. The pull had stopped. The compass was broken. The curse mark on his neck had gone dormant overnight, the black tomoe fading to gray, the burning sensation replaced by a dull numbness that felt like an old wound healing for the first time. He walked through the destroyed corridors. He saw the collapsed barriers, the scattered remains of the giant snakes, the unconscious Sound Four, bound by Konoha Anbu, who had arrived that morning following the energy pillar's coordinates. He descended into the deepest chamber. He found the burn marks, the scorch pattern on the floor, the shattered glass tubes. The stone walls cracked from impacts that the Sharingan told him were not chakra-based. The ozone smell that clung to everything like a ghost perfume. He knew. He stood in the chamber where Orochimaru died, and the Sharingan spun and spun, and the data flowed through his visual cortex and assembled itself into a picture that was perfectly clear and completely infuriating. Naruto had been here. Naruto had done this. Naruto had killed the Sannin that Sasuke had been planning to use and discard on his path to Itachi. The path was gone. The tool was broken. The shortcut that the curse mark had promised, power, speed, the ability to match Itachi's Manjikyo, had evaporated in a column of gold and white light. Sasuke's hands clenched. His Sharingan blazed. For a moment, the rage was everything. The fury of a plan being destroyed by someone who hadn't been asked and hadn't been consulted and hadn't been given permission. Then something else rose beneath the fury. Quieter, harder to name. The knowledge that Orochimaru would have taken his body, his eyes, his bloodline. The Sannin had not been offering power. He had been shopping for a vessel. Every training session, every technique taught, every promise of strength had been the grooming behavior of a parasite preparing its next host. Naruto had killed the parasite. Naruto had severed the chain before it could tighten. Sasuke stood in the chamber and did not know whether to be furious or grateful. The emotions collided inside his chest and produced something that was neither, a cold, clear recognition that the world had changed around him while he was still operating by the old rules. A sound. Behind him, the softest displacement of air. Sasuke spun, his Sharingan focused. Naruto stood at the edge of the chamber, no suit, civilian clothes, long blonde hair loose around his face, sharp blue eyes, his father's jawline. His hands were in his pockets. He looked at Sasuke the way he always looked at Sasuke, seeing everything, judging everything, and deciding how much to reveal. "You're angry," Naruto said. "He was mine to kill." Sasuke's voice was tight, the Sharingan spun. "He was mine to execute. There is a difference." Sasuke's jaw locked. The dormant curse mark pulsed once, weakly, like a dying heartbeat. "You don't get to decide." "I do," Naruto said. "I always have." He looked at Sasuke, really looked at him. His eyes were neither kind nor cruel. They were the eyes of a man doing triage. Orochimaru would have taken your body, your eyes, your bloodline. He never wanted your revenge. He wanted your Sharingan in his skull. He paused. "You are welcome." The words landed like a bucket of ice water. Sasuke's fists tightened. The Sharingan spun faster. Then, slowly, the spinning slowed. The fists loosened. The fury deflated. Because it was true. All of it. And Sasuke was a genius. And geniuses could not hide from the truth when it was spoken directly to their face. "Itachi," Sasuke finally said. "Is alive," Naruto said. "And the truth about the Uchiha massacre, the real truth, the council's order, Danzo's signature, all of it, is on the Hokage's desk by now." Sasuke went still. The Sharingan stopped spinning entirely. His face was a mask that was cracking down the center. "What? Your brother did not choose to be a monster. He was made into one by men who needed a monster and had a weapon available." Naruto's voice was flat, a report being delivered. "He protected you. That is the whole truth of it." The silence that followed was not empty. It was full of years of hatred recalibrating, full of a worldview built on a lie collapsing, full of every night Sasuke had spent dreaming of Itachi's death and discovering that the dream had been pointed in the wrong direction the entire time. The curse mark on his neck went cold, completely cold, like something that had been feeding on his rage had run out of food and died. The gray tome faded further, becoming pale marks that looked more like scars than seals. Sasuke stood in the destroyed chamber and the Sharingan showed him everything. The burn marks, the shattered glass. The truth about his brother carved into classified documents that were now sitting on the Hokage's desk in Konoha. The entire architecture of his revenge, the foundation he had built his life on since he was 7 years old, was gone. And standing in the wreckage, he realized that he was not empty. He was not broken. He was something else. Something he had not been since the night Itachi left. Free. "What happens now?" Sasuke asked. "That depends on whether you aim your eyes at the right people," Naruto said. He turned and walked toward the chamber exit. His footsteps echoed on the stone. Sasuke watched him go. His Sharingan was still active. But for the first time in years, it was not spinning at a memory of Itachi standing in a blood-soaked hallway. It was focusing on something ahead, something forward. "Naruto." The blonde boy stopped. "The people who gave Itachi the order, the council members, the system that made all of this happen." Sasuke's voice was quiet, the voice of a blade being resharpened and pointed in a new direction. "Are they on your list?" "Some of them are already dead. The rest are on borrowed time." Sasuke nodded slowly. He looked at Itachi's face one more time in his memory. The last time his brother had smiled, the forehead tap, The words that he now understood meant something completely different than what he had believed for 6 years. He let it go. Not the grief, not the love, the lie. He let the lie go and kept everything else. "Then I'm coming with you," Sasuke said. Naruto looked at him over his shoulder, held the gaze. His eyes were sharp and assessing, and something underneath them, something buried deep beneath the speed force and the memories of August Hart and the years of solitary justice, recognized what was happening. Another broken thing choosing to be rebuilt, not fixed, not healed, rebuilt into something harder, something aimed. "You understand what that means," Naruto said. "I understand exactly what that means." Naruto said nothing more. He started walking. Sasuke fell into step beside him. They walked out of the Sound Village's ruins side by side. Two figures in the dying light. One with long blonde hair and the weight of 2 lifetimes behind his eyes. One with dark hair and a Sharingan that had just learned where to look. The Avenger and the Executioner. Moving in the same direction for the first time, the Akatsuki was falling. Naruto had taken Kisame and faced Itachi. The Itachi encounter had produced a temporary ceasefire rather than a corpse. But the result was the same. The Akatsuki had lost one of its strongest combat pairs. The remaining members regrouped. They adapted. They shifted targets and priorities, but the reports kept coming. A crime lord in the Land of Rain who had been funding the Akatsuki's operations through a network of shadow banks, found dead, his banks emptied, his records forwarded to 3 separate national intelligence agencies. A hidden weapons cache in the Land of Earth that had been supplying the Akatsuki's lesser operations, destroyed, the entrance collapsed, the weapons melted by heat that forensic teams could not explain. Naruto was cutting the Akatsuki's supply lines, starving them. Not just fighting the members, but dismantling the infrastructure, the money, the weapons, the safe houses, the intelligence contacts, the corrupt officials who looked the other way when men in black cloaks with red clouds moved through their territories. The Akatsuki was a body. Naruto was cutting off its blood supply. Pain recognized the strategy. The leader of the Akatsuki sat in his tower in the Hidden Rain village, the village he had taken by force, the village that knew his name as God, and watched his organization bleed. 6 bodies, 6 paths, each one a weapon crafted from a corpse and animated by the Rinnegan's power, each one capable of feats that placed it at the peak of shinobi combat. Together, they were the most powerful controlled force in the shinobi world. Pain sent all 6, not to hunt, not to ambush, to confront, to meet the speed force head-on and determine, once and for all, whether God could outrun lightning. They found Naruto in a valley in the Land of Grass, or rather, Naruto allowed them to find him. He stood in the center of the valley floor, the Godspeed suit blazing, the gold conductive strips lit up like a circuit board, the mask on. He watched the 6 paths descend from the valley's rim, 6 figures in Akatsuki cloaks, each one carrying the Rinnegan's concentric circles in their eyes, each one moving with the coordinated precision of a shared consciousness. The animal path hit the ground first. It slammed both palms against the earth, summoning jutsu. The ground cracked and erupted. 3 massive creatures, a rhino the size of a building, a multi-headed dog that regenerated when cut, and a bird with a wingspan that cast a shadow across the valley floor. The summons charged, building-sized masses of muscle and chakra designed to overwhelm through sheer scale. Naruto ran. He hit the rhino at superluminal velocity. The impact did not slow him. His fist connected with the creature's skull, and the kinetic energy transferred instantaneously. The rhino's head crumpled inward, its body flipping end over end, its mass becoming a projectile that Naruto directed into the multi-headed dog. Both summons collided. The ground cratered. The sound was artillery, the bird dove. Naruto jumped. He met it in the air, a white and gold streak rising from the valley floor like a rocket, and punched through its chest, through the body, out the other side. The bird fell in 2 halves, 3 summons, 2 seconds. Gone. The Preta path moved next. Its role was absorption, the ability to consume any energy-based attack and neutralize it. It stepped forward and activated the Preta barrier, a dome of chakra absorption that would drain any energy touching it. Naruto did not fire an energy attack. He ran at the Preta path and phased through its barrier. The barrier tried to absorb the speed force. For 1 terrible second, it worked. The Pretapath's hands glowed gold as Speed Force energy flooded into the absorption matrix. The absorption matrix overloaded. The Speed Force was not chakra. It was not a contained energy system that could be measured in finite quantities. It was the fundamental force of motion in the universe, infinite, endless, a raging ocean that connected to something vast beyond this dimension. The Pretapath tried to absorb infinity. Its hands cracked. Gold light erupted from the seams of its body. The Rinnegan eyes in its skull blazed white. Naruto phased out the other side. He didn't need to hit it. The Pretapath had destroyed itself by trying to eat the thing that couldn't be eaten. The human path lunged. Its hand reached for Naruto's skull, the soul-reading ability, the technique that could extract memories and life force through physical contact. Naruto's hand caught its wrist. He vibrated at disruption frequency. The path's arm destabilized at the molecular level, the chakra construct that held the corpse puppet together unraveling from the point of contact outward. The human path fell apart, literally. The body deconstructed as the binding energy dissolved. The Asura path opened its face. Beneath the skin, components whirred. Missile launchers, laser emitters, the cybernetic path of pain designed for range destruction. It fired everything. Dozens of guided missiles and concentrated chakra beams, all aimed at the space Naruto had been occupying a millisecond ago. Naruto was already behind it. A Speed Force lightning bolt from his fingertips hit the Asura path's back and tore through its body. The lightning didn't just strike, it arced through the path's internal systems, frying every component, overloading every circuit. The Asura path exploded. Not a small explosion. A detonation that left a crater in the valley floor and scattered debris across 50 meters. The Naraka path began its summoning. The King of Hell rose from the ground, that massive, terrifying head, the entity that could judge and restore, the Rinnegan's restorative tool that could rebuild any destroyed path and keep the cycle going indefinitely. As long as the Naraka path lived, the other paths could be rebuilt. Infinite regeneration. The ace in the hole, Naruto punched the King of Hell. One punch. Mass infused. Speed Force enhanced. The shockwave was so massive that the stone ground cracked in a perfect circle 50 meters wide. The King of Hell, an entity that had stood against every weapon the shinobi world had ever produced, that had existed as a supernatural constant for as long as the Rinnegan had been active, collapsed. Its massive head caved inward. Its jaw shattered. The spiritual construct destabilized and the entity dissolved back into whatever dimension had spawned it, with a sound like a cathedral falling. The Naraka path staggered. Without the King of Hell, its primary function was gone. Naruto hit it once, a palm strike to the forehead. The path dropped, 5 down, 1 left. The Deva path stood at the far end of the valley. Nagato's primary weapon, his most powerful vessel, the body that had once been Yahiko, his best friend dead years ago, now animated as the face of God. The Deva path raised one hand. Almighty push, Shinra Tensei. The repulsion wave erupted. Gravity reversed. The air itself became a weapon as every molecule in a 200-meter radius was pushed outward at catastrophic force. Trees ripped from the ground. Stones launched like cannonballs. The valley floor peeled up in layers. This was the technique that could level a village. The technique that made pain a god. Naruto phased through it. The repulsion wave passed through his body the way sound passes through a vacuum. There was nothing for it to grip. His molecules were vibrating at a frequency that existed between the physical states the Shinra Tensei could affect. He was inside the repulsion radius before the wave finished expanding. Standing directly in front of the Deva path. Mask on. Gold and white lightning crawling across the suit. Pain, Godspeed said. 2 voices layered over each other. Nagato, the child who lost his parents in a war between nations, who decided suffering was the answer to suffering, who built a weapon out of grief and called it peace. The Devapath's Rinnegan stared at him. Through the corpse puppet's eyes, Nagato, the real Nagato, the withered body in the tower miles away, saw Godspeed clearly for the first time. The energy, the speed, the absolute, terrifying certainty in the doubled voice. This was not a shinobi. This was not a Jinchuriki. This was something else. Something that the Rinnegan, the Eye of Creation, could see but could not categorize. The broken system created you too, Naruto said. That does not make you right. Then we are the same, Pain said through the Devapath's mouth. We are not. Naruto's hand vibrated. The gold light intensified. You use pain to control. I use justice to end. He stepped forward. There is a difference. The Devapath's hand came up. Bansho Tenin. Gravitational pull. The opposite of Shinra Tensei. A force that dragged everything toward the user with irresistible strength. The technique locked onto Naruto's mass and pulled. Naruto let it. He rode the gravitational pull like a surfer riding a wave. His body accelerated toward the Deva path on the pull's trajectory, and he added his own speed on top of it. The combined velocity, the speed force plus the gravitational pull, turned his fist into a weapon that exceeded anything the shinobi world had words for. He hit the Deva path at close range. The body that had once been Yahiko ceased to be a coherent object. The impact transferred through the corpse puppet structure in a single pulse of kinetic force that exceeded the binding energy of every molecule in the body simultaneously. There was no visible destruction. There was simply a body. And then there was not. The Deva path deconstructed at the atomic level, a puff of displaced matter, a shockwave that flattened the grass in a circle 300 meters wide. And then nothing, 6 paths, all gone. The most powerful controlled force in the shinobi world, the weapon of God, dismantled in under 30 seconds by a boy in a white suit. Naruto stood in the valley. Around him, the destruction was unbelievable. Craters where summons had fallen, debris from the Asura Path's detonation, the scorched ring where the King of Hell had collapsed, flattened earth where Shinra Tensei had rewritten the landscape. He was barely breathing hard. He turned toward the hidden rain village. Nagato was there, the real body, the man behind the machine. He ran. The hidden rain village was a city of pipes and rain. Water fell from the sky constantly. Nagato's jutsu, a sensory technique that allowed him to detect any foreign presence in the village through the rain's contact with their body. It was an elegant, comprehensive defense. Naruto ran through the rain so fast that the drops hung in the air around him, suspended by the speed of his passage. They did not touch his skin. They did not register his presence. He was moving between the raindrops in a way that the technique was not designed to detect. He found Nagato in a tower near the village's center, the highest point. A room with paper walls, Conan's work, and a single chair that was more machine than furniture, life support tubes running from the chair into the wasted body of the Renegade's wielder. The real one. Red hair, long and thin, falling around a face that was gaunt and hollow. The Renegade eyes were bright in the sunken sockets. His body was a ruin, emaciated, pierced by black rods, sustained by machinery. This was what the Renegade demanded. This was the cost of being God. Conan stood beside him. Blue hair, paper flower, eyes that had seen the world's cruelty and found no comfort in its beauty. She watched Naruto phase through the paper wall and step into the room. Nagato looked at him, not with the Deva Path's projected composure, with his own eyes, his own face, the face of a man who had built an ideology from his grief and watched it crumble in 30 seconds. You destroyed them all, Nagato said. His voice was thin, tired, the voice of a man who had been carrying a mountain and felt it being taken. Naruto removed his mask, long blonde hair, blue eyes, a face that was too old for its age. You believe in justice, Nagato said. But justice to whom? By whose measure? Mine, Naruto said. I am the measure. He did not say it with arrogance. He said it with the exhaustion of a man who had carried that weight alone across 5 nations and found no one to share it with. Because no one else is doing it. Nagato's lips twitched. Not a smile. Something sadder. I said the same thing once, before the measure became the mission and the mission became the monster. You and I are not the same, Naruto said. You know why? Tell me. Naruto looked at Nagato and saw the outline of August Heart's worst fear, the man who starts with justice and ends with tyranny, the mirror that shows you what you could become if the weight breaks you. You stopped seeing people, Naruto said. You saw systems, pain as a system, peace as a system. You built the paths and the jutsu and the ideology, and somewhere along the way you stopped looking at individual faces. You stopped seeing Yahiko's face in the Deva path and started seeing a weapon. Nagato flinched. A tiny movement, but real. I see faces, Naruto said. Everyone. The children in the mines, the women in the trafficking cells, the boy in the alley. His voice dropped. I remember every face. That is how I know I'm not you. The day I stop seeing faces is the day I become the thing I'm fighting. Nagato looked at him for a very long time. The Renegade's concentric circles caught the dim light. Conan stood at his side like a sentinel, her expression unreadable. Do you know what it feels like to lose everything? Nagato asked. Yes, Naruto said. The word was immediate. Flat. Absolute. The difference is what we did with it. The room was silent. Rain fell outside. The pipes of the hidden rain village hummed. Nagato closed his eyes. When he opened them, the Rinnegan blazed with a new light. Not combat light, not the cold calculation of the 6 paths. Something warmer, something surrendered. I have one technique left, Nagato said. The outer path, samsara of heavenly life. It can restore the dead, the people my paths have killed, the village I destroyed in pursuit of you. Naruto said nothing. It will cost me my life. I know. I do not do this for you, Nagato said. I do this because it is the last thing I can do that is not destruction. His hands came together. The chakra in his withered body surged. The Rinnegan blazed white. Carry it correctly, Uzumaki. The technique activated. The outer path manifested. A spectral entity, vast, reaching beyond the room, beyond the tower, beyond the village. Life force flowed outward from Nagato's body through the entity and into the world. In villages across the land of rain, the dead stirred. Eyes opened, lungs filled. Hearts that had stopped beating began again. The cost of Pain's campaign, the bodies left behind, restored. Nagato's hair went white, his skin went gray, his eyes dimmed. He chose, Conan said. Yes, Naruto said. Nagato died in the chair. The Rinnegan dimmed and then went dark. The rain outside stopped for the first time in years. The sky above the hidden rain village cleared and sunlight touched the city of pipes for the first time in a generation. Conan looked at Naruto. Her eyes were dry. She had used up her tears years ago. He was not your enemy, she said. No, Naruto said. He was my warning. He put the mask back on. The voice doubled. The lightning crawled across the suit. He left Conan standing over Nagato's body. He did not kill her. She was not on the list. She was his partner in grief, not in crime. He respected the difference. The rain resumed as he left the village, but softer now, like the sky was sighing. Sasuke found Itachi. The confrontation happened on a night of thunder and red moonlight in a ruined Uchiha compound that had been abandoned for years. Itachi had chosen the location, symbolic, final. They fought. Itachi's Susanoo, the Totsuka blade and the Yata mirror, the weapon that sealed and the shield that reflected, against Sasuke's evolved Sharingan and the techniques that Kakashi and the road had taught him. The battle was everything 2 Uchiha brothers could make it, black flames and lightning, genjutsu layered inside genjutsu, the sound of Susanoo's feet shaking the earth. But Itachi was dying, had been dying. His illness consumed him from within, and every technique he used cost more than his body could afford. He fought not to win, but to give Sasuke what the boy needed, a battle worthy of closing the wound. At the end, Itachi staggered forward. His Susanoo faded, his Sharingan flickered. He reached out and tapped Sasuke's forehead with 2 fingers. The same gesture, the same fingers, the same love that had been there all along, hidden behind a mask of cruelty and distance. Forgive me, Sasuke, Itachi said. This is the last time. He fell. Sasuke caught him. He stood there holding his brother's body in the rain and did not speak for a long time. The thunder rolled. The red moonlight faded to gray. The ruins of the Uchiha compound stood silent around them, the ghosts of a clan that had been murdered by the village they served watching from the empty windows. When Sasuke finally looked up, his eyes were changed. The Mangekyo Sharingan blazed in both sockets, Itachi's final gift, awakened through loss, but not through hatred, through grief, through the understanding that his brother had loved him enough to bear the weight of a clan's murder alone. Kabuto appeared at the edge of the compound. He had followed Sasuke. He had been planning to use this moment, the vulnerability of grief, the malleability of a freshly shattered mind, to offer Orochimaru's legacy, power, immortality, the path that the dead Sannin had walked. Sasuke looked at him with the Mangekyo. The new eyes saw everything, the intent, the manipulation, the parasitic inheritance of a dead man's ambition. I know what my brother was, Sasuke said. His voice was quiet. I know what was done to him. He looked at Kabuto the way a surgeon looks at something that needs to be removed. And I know what you are. Susanoo materialized. Not the partial form, the complete form. Sasuke's grief and rage and clarity made manifest. A purple colossus with a blade that hummed with the same energy that had powered the Uchiha bloodline for centuries. It rose behind Sasuke like a mountain standing up. Kabuto had time to activate his Snake Sage mode. He had time to begin the regeneration technique he had adapted from Orochimaru's research. He did not have time to finish. Suzanu's blade came down. Quick, without drama. The way a man swats a fly, Kabuto's regeneration could not outpace a technique powered by the Mangekyo Sharingan at full emotional output. The Totsuka blade, inherited from Itachi's Susanoo through the Eye's transfer, sealed what it cut. Kabuto's body, his Sage mode, his borrowed abilities, all of it was drawn into the blade's gourd and locked away, gone. Quietly, the last remnant of Orochimaru's legacy, swept away by the brother of the man Orochimaru had helped destroy. Sasuke let the Susanoo fade. He looked down at Itachi's body one final time. He knelt. He closed his brother's eyes. At the edge of the compound, on a rooftop that the rain had not touched because the speed force had evaporated the droplets in a small radius around him, Naruto watched. He did not approach. He did not insert himself into this moment. It was Sasuke's. It had always been Sasuke's. Sasuke looked across the compound. Their eyes met. The Mangekyo and the Speed Force, red and gold. You knew, Sasuke said. You told me. You let me have this. It was yours to have, Naruto said. The wind blew. Leaves spiraled. The rain eased. What are you going to do next? Sasuke asked. The same thing I always do. Sasuke nodded. He stood. He looked at the sky. The clouds were breaking. The world was breaking too. The structures that had held it together, the lies, the cover-ups, the institutional cowardice, were collapsing. And from the wreckage, something was beginning to grow. Not peace. Not yet. But the possibility of it. Madara Uchiha returned from the dead. Kabuto's reanimation jutsu, activated before his sealing, triggered by a dead man switch embedded in the technique's matrix, brought back the corpses of dozens of legendary shinobi. But Kabuto's last and greatest achievement had been the resurrection of Madara Uchiha himself, modified beyond the standard reanimation, given a body that was closer to alive than dead. And then someone, Zetsu, the ancient plant-like being who had been manipulating events from the shadows for centuries, gave Madara what he needed. The Rinnegan, implanted into the reanimated body. The eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, the most powerful dojutsu in existence. Madara stood on a battlefield that he had engineered from beyond the grave. The Fourth Great Ninja War had erupted around his return. The combined forces of the five great nations against the reanimated army and Madara's vision of the infinite Tsukuyomi. But the war was shorter than anyone expected, because the reanimated shinobi found themselves facing something the reanimation technique could not account for. Naruto had been moving through the battlefields since the first reanimated soldier appeared. He did not fight the war, he ended it. Reanimated shinobi were puppets, chakra constructs bound to corpses. The Speed Force vibrated at frequencies that disrupted chakra constructs the same way it disrupted anything else. Naruto ran through the reanimated army at superluminal speed, and every reanimated body he touched destabilized. The binding jutsu unraveled. The souls were released. The bodies returned to dust. He cleared entire divisions in minutes. The five nations' allied forces watched their enemy dissolve in trails of gold and white lightning that streaked across the battlefield like shooting stars. Some soldiers cheered, some fell to their knees, some simply stared. Sasuke fought alongside the allied forces. His Susanoo was a weapon that the reanimated army could not match. He carved through the enemy lines with the Mangekyo blazing and the purple colossus swinging its blade. He was not Naruto. He was not a force of nature. But he was a force, and the allied forces rallied behind the sight of an Uchiha fighting for them instead of against them. But Madara was something else. Madara stood on the battlefield and activated the perfect Susanoo. The construct filled the sky. It was the size of a mountain, a blue-black colossus with armor and a blade and wings that cast shadows across miles. The Susanoo drew its sword, and the blade was the length of a city block. It swung. The mountains behind the battlefield split. Two peaks, cleaved in half by a single swing, collapsed in avalanches of stone and snow that buried the valleys below. Every shinobi on the battlefield stopped fighting. They looked up at the Susanoo, that blotted out the sun, and they felt the same thing, the smallness. The absolute, crushing smallness of being human in the presence of something that was not. Then the golden lightning came. Godspeed hit the perfect Susanoo at full speed. The impact point was the left knee. The kinetic force of a mass-infused strike at faster-than-light velocity transferred into the chakra construct structure. The Susanoo's leg cracked. Not a hairline fracture. A structural failure that spiderwebbed up through the shin, the thigh, the hip, the rib cage. Cracks raced across the surface of the perfect Susanoo's armor like fissures in ice. Madara felt it. Inside his Susanoo, standing at the heart of the construct's chest, the Rinnegan saw the damage and the mind behind the eyes could not process it. A single physical hit had cracked the perfect Susanoo. No jutsu, no Biju bomb, no sage art. A fist. Naruto ran up the cracking Susanoo's body. Each footstep left a speed force crater in the chakra armor. The surface of the construct glowed gold and white where his feet touched, the speed force energy burning through the chakra bonds like acid through cloth. He reached the chest. He found the seam between the armor plates. He phased through. Inside the Susanoo, the air was different, dense with chakra, blue-black energy humming all around. And in the center, Madara Uchiha, real, present, the Rinnegan blazing in both eyes, the face of the man who had fought Hashirama Senju to a draw and planned the destiny of the world from his deathbed. Naruto materialized inside the construct. The Godspeed suit crackled with golden lightning. The mask's eye slots locked onto Madara's Rinnegan. "You cannot fight the entirety of creation," Madara said. His voice carried the absolute authority of a man who had already decided how history would end. "I'm not fighting creation," Godspeed said from 3 feet away, the gold lightning turning the Susanoo's interior into a second sun. "I'm fighting you." The Susanoo swung its sword. The arm moved, the entire construct pivoting to bring the city block blade around in a cleaving arc that would split the battlefield in half. Naruto ran along the inside of the Susanoo's arm. His feet hit the interior surface, and each footstep burned through the chakra construct. He reached the sword arm's shoulder joint, the structural nexus where the most chakra was concentrated, and punched through it. The arm detached. The Susanoo's sword fell, a falling cliff of blue-black energy that hit the battlefield and cratered the earth for a mile. The Susanoo staggered, one-armed, its structural integrity failing from the speed force damage. Naruto ran back to Madara. He grabbed the Uchiha Patriarch by the collar of his armor. The Rinnegan blazed in Madara's eyes. Gravity, the universal pull, slammed down from above. The weight of the world, concentrated into a point, aimed at Naruto's body. Naruto vibrated faster. The gravity could not find his mass at the speed force vibration frequency. He phased through the gravitational field the same way he phased through physical matter. The force passed through him and hit the floor of the Susanoo, cracking it further. He punched Madara 3 times in the space between heartbeats. The first broke Madara's guard, the crossed arms, the defensive posture, scattered by a strike that carried more kinetic energy than the guard was designed to absorb. The second broke 3 ribs. The reanimated body tried to regenerate. The speed force energy disrupted the regeneration. The cells could not rebuild while being vibrated at a frequency that prevented molecular bonding. The third sent Madara through the wall of his own Susanoo. The Uchiha Patriarch's body was launched through the chakra construct at a velocity that turned the armor plating into a firework of blue-black shards. The Susanoo detonated outward. The blast wave hit the battlefield and knocked every standing shinobi off their feet for a mile in every direction. Madara hit the ground. The Rinnegan was still active. His body, damaged, ribs shattered, reanimation struggling to rebuild, lay in a crater of his own making. He looked up at the sky where his perfect Susanoo had been. It was gone. The sky was empty except for golden lightning and a white figure descending from the collapse like a falling star. Limbo? Madara said. His final technique. The shadows from another dimension. 4 invisible clones, each one occupying a parallel plane of existence. Each one as powerful as the original. Each one invisible and intangible to everything except the Rinnegan and Sage Mode. The limbo bodies appeared. Naruto could not see them, but he could feel them. The Speed Force extended his perception beyond normal human senses, beyond sight, beyond hearing, into the fundamental vibrations of matter in all its states and all its dimensions. The limbo bodies existed in a parallel plane, but they still moved. Movement created vibration. Vibration was the Speed Force's native language. He felt all four. He knew their positions, their trajectories, their intent. He hit all four simultaneously. Speed Force lightning arced from his fingertips. 4 bolts, 4 targets, 4 impacts that crossed the dimensional boundary through sheer energy output. The lightning didn't care about dimensional planes. The Speed Force was the force of forward motion in all dimensions, not just one. The bolts hit. The limbo bodies destabilized. The shadows from the other plane flickered, cracked, and dissolved. Madara's eyes were wide. The Rinnegan, the eye of creation, the eye that had shaped the destiny of the shinobi world for a millennium, stared at something it could not comprehend. The flying Raijin, Madara said, grasping, trying to categorize, trying to fit this impossible thing into a framework his mind could process. The yellow flash's technique evolved beyond. This is not the flying Raijin, Naruto said. He stood over Madara. The gold lightning crawled across the suit and turned the crater into a bowl of amber light. The flying Raijin is a seal, a trick, a marker. He held up his hand. The Speed Force lightning crawled across his palm like a living thing. This is the force that runs the universe, the energy that makes time go forward, and I am connected to it in a way no one in this world has ever been or ever will be. He closed his fist. Madara Uchiha, you fought the first Hokage to a draw. You built a plan that spanned a century. You resurrected yourself because you refused to accept that history had moved past you. The masked eye slots locked onto the Rinnegan. History has moved past you. He ran. The final exchange lasted less than 1 second. Naruto hit Madara at full Speed Force output. Not a fraction, not a percentage, everything. The Speed Force surged through his body at a level that turned his suit into a miniature sun, white and gold light so intense that every shinobi on the battlefield turned away, eyes burning, hands raised against the glare. He hit Madara once. The impact created a shock wave that flattened everything in a 2-mile radius. Trees disintegrated. Rocks turned to sand. The ground liquefied from the vibration and then re-solidified into glass. The sound was beyond thunder. It was the sound of the atmosphere being pushed aside by a force that had no business existing on this scale. Madara's reanimated body could not survive it. The regeneration technique could not outpace it. The Rinnegan could not counter it. Every cell, every molecule, every atom in the body was disrupted simultaneously by a Speed Force pulse so massive that it crossed the threshold between physical force and dimensional alteration. The reanimation binding broke. Not because the technique was canceled, because there was nothing left to bind. The soul released. The body returned to dust. The Rinnegan eyes cracked and went dark and dissolved with the rest. Madara Uchiha, the man who had planned the world's future for a century, the strongest shinobi in history, the one man who was supposed to be unbeatable, was face down in a glass crater, and then he was not even that. He was dust. And then the wind took the dust, and there was nothing at all. Naruto stood in the crater. The golden lightning dimmed. The suit hummed. His hands were shaking, not from exhaustion, not from the Speed Force's demand, but from the adrenaline that still coursed through a body that was, beneath everything, still human. He looked at his hands, the white gauntlets, the gold conductive strips, the faint tremor. He allowed himself 10 seconds. Then he turned to the battlefield. There were wounded to carry, fires to extinguish, enemy remnants to neutralize. The war was ending, but the aftermath was just beginning. He ran. The 5 Kage assembled 3 weeks after Madara's defeat. The summit was held in the Land of Iron, in the same hall where Kage had met before. 5 chairs, 5 desks, 5 leaders who represented the combined military and political power of the shinobi world. They had been cataloging Godspeed's activities. Every nation had reports. Every intelligence agency had files. The bridge, the sound village, the Akatsuki, Madara. The criminal operations dismantled across 5 nations. The feudal lords executed. The trafficking rings destroyed. The corrupt officials removed. The war ended. Naruto knew about the summit before the Kage did. Speed Force enhanced surveillance meant he could read classified communications as they were being written. He intercepted the invitation, decoded it, and arrived at the summit hall before the Kage's chairs were set up. He showed up on time, alone, in the Godspeed suit. He walked through the hall's security, 12 samurai, 4 ambu, 2 sensor-type ninja, without any of them detecting his entry. He was simply there when the Kage walked in, sitting in a chair at the far end of the table, the white suit gleaming, the mask on, one leg crossed over the other. The Raikage, A, went first. He slammed his fist on the table. The wood cracked. You have killed hundreds of people across 5 nations without authorization. You operate outside all international law. You answer to no village, no leader, no authority. Correct, Naruto said, blinked. His lightning armor flickered involuntarily. You admit it. Every person I killed had a list of crimes behind them. Every system that could have punished them failed. I did not fail. He looked at each Kage in turn. The Raikage's fury, the Mizukage's measured concern, the Tsuchikage's indignation, Tsunade's conflicted grief, Gaara's silence. You want me to justify myself to the institutions that created the problems I'm solving. The Tsuchikage, Onoki, straightened in his chair. You are a child, 13 years old. You have no place deciding who lives and dies. And yet, Naruto said, the men I decided about were alive and committing crimes for years while you sat in that chair. The room went cold. The temperature did not change, but every person in it felt it drop. The Mizukage, Mei Terumi, tried diplomacy. Her voice was measured, reasonable, professional. We can offer you a position, an official role within the international framework, and acknowledged. I decline. You haven't heard the terms. I decline. He stood. The gold lightning started to crawl across the suit. Every sensor-type ninja in the building felt the energy spike, and their hands went to their weapons instinctively. I am not your weapon. I am not your authorized agent. I am not a tool any system gets to pick up and aim. He looked at the table, at the 5 chairs, at the 5 most powerful people in the shinobi world, sitting in a row, asking him to submit to their authority. You built the world that created Gaara, that created me, that let Orochimaru run for 20 years, that used children as war assets and called it strategy. He started walking toward the door. Fix your houses, or I will fix them for you. He reached the door, stood, the lightning armor ignited. Blue-white electricity crawled across the Raikage's massive body, the fastest body enhancement technique ever developed, the technique that made the Raikage the fastest human being in the shinobi world. He blocked the door. You're not leaving, said. His voice was granite. You are standing in front of 5 Kage. You think you can. Naruto was behind him, did not see the movement. He saw the door. Then he felt a hand on his shoulder, cold, vibrating. You are fast, Naruto said from directly behind the Raikage, his doubled voice so close to A's ear that the words seemed to come from inside his skull. I respect that. He phased his fingers slightly into A's shoulder. Not enough to damage, just enough for the Raikage to feel the vibration inside his deltoid muscle, the molecules of his own body being agitated by an energy that his lightning armor could not block. Do not make me show you the difference. Stood very still. The lightning armor crackled and sparked. His fists were clenched. His jaw was tight. He was the fastest human in the shinobi world, and the boy behind him had just demonstrated, without violence, without aggression, with nothing more than a hand on a shoulder, that the word fastest had been redefined. Naruto released his shoulder. He walked past. He opened the door. He stepped through. The door closed. The 5 Kage sat in silence. The cracked table, the lingering smell of ozone, the faint gold scorch mark on the floor where Naruto had been sitting. Gaara spoke first. His voice was measured, the voice of a young man who had been on the receiving end of a punch that collapsed a tailed beast and understood, with a clarity that none of the others possessed, exactly what they were dealing with. He warned us, the Kazekage said. He is still warning us. When he stops warning us, he looked at the closed door. I do not want to be in a room with him when that happens. Nobody disagreed. Tsunade looked at the door. Her hands were folded on the cracked table. Behind her eyes, behind the 5th Hokage's composure, a woman was grieving for a boy she had never gotten the chance to save. The world began to bend. The bending was quiet. The kind of change that happens when the people in power realize that the rules have changed and the enforcer of those new rules cannot be fought. cannot be bribed, cannot be assassinated, and cannot be outrun. A feudal lord in the land of Earth canceled a slave labor operation that had been running for 8 years. He did it in the middle of the night, without announcement, and relocated the former slaves to a settlement with housing and supplies. When his advisors asked why, he said nothing, but he had heard about Renzo Takigawa. He had heard about the scorch marks. A corrupt military commander in the land of lightning quietly resigned his commission and returned the funds he had embezzled from his region's defense budget. He did this 3 days after reading an intelligence briefing about a white figure with gold lightning that had dismantled a weapons depot in his country's mountains. He did not want to be next. A council of village elders in the land of water voted unanimously to disband a surveillance program that had been monitoring and blackmailing political dissidents for a decade. The vote happened 1 week after the trafficking island was destroyed. The elders did not discuss the timing. They did not need to. In 3 separate nations, Ambu commanders refused illegal orders. They simply looked at the orders: assassination of political rivals, suppression of civilian protests, elimination of inconvenient witnesses, and said no. They said no because the last person who gave an illegal order was Shimura Danzo, and Shimura Danzo was in a shallow grave beneath his own headquarters with a heart that had stopped working on a night of golden lightning. The remnants of Root that had operated independently of Danzo, cells and operatives scattered across the continent, continuing his methods under new names and new handlers, found themselves exposed. Files appeared on desks. Intelligence packets arrived at Kaji offices. The locations of hidden bases, the names of operatives, the details of ongoing operations, all of it delivered anonymously, all of it bearing the faint smell of ozone. The cells were dismantled. The operatives were arrested or dispersed. The methodology died. The hidden laboratories, the facilities that had continued Orochimaru's work, the researchers who had taken his experiments as inspiration and found new patrons to fund them, burned. One by one, Naruto found each of them and destroyed them with the same efficiency he applied to everything. The children were freed. The researchers were judged. The equipment was ash. 3 facilities in 3 different nations, each one gone between midnight and dawn. Scorch marks, ozone smell, silence. The shinobi world was not healing. Healing was too gentle a word. The shinobi world was being broken and rebuilt at the same time, the old structures crumbling under the weight of exposed truths while new ones grew in the gaps. It was painful. It was chaotic. It was necessary. And behind it all, moving too fast to see, a white and gold streak crossed borders like they were chalk lines and ensured that the rebuilding happened on honest ground. Gaara found Naruto on a sand dune 3 miles outside the hidden sand village. Or perhaps Naruto found Gaara. It was hard to tell. Naruto was sitting on the crest of the dune, no suit, civilian clothes, long blonde hair blowing in the desert wind. Gaara walked up the dune and stood beside him. They did not greet each other. They did not exchange pleasantries. Gaara sat down on the sand. He looked out at the desert. The same desert that had been his prison and his identity for as long as he could remember. The sand that had killed for him before he could choose whether he wanted it to. "You hit me once," Gaara said. "1 punch. It was enough." "You were a child being used as a weapon," Naruto said. "The punch was for the beast, not for you." "I know the difference now." Gaara paused. "I did not always know the difference." The wind blew. Sand drifted. "The people in my village were afraid of me," Gaara said. "For years. They saw the demon. They saw the weapon. They did not see the boy." "I know. You know because the same thing happened to you." Naruto said nothing. He did not need to. They were 2 boys who had been turned into monsters by systems that needed monsters more than they needed children. They were not the same. They were not friends. But they recognized the same wound in each other, and that recognition was its own form of truth. "I am trying to be the Kazekage my people deserve," Gaara said. "It is harder than fighting." "It always is." Gaara looked at Naruto. The red hair and the blonde hair side by side on a sand dune, 2 Jinchuriki who had taken different roads from the same starting point. "Will you ever stop running?" Gaara asked. "When the list is empty." "And if it's never empty?" "Then I never stop." Gaara nodded. He understood. He did not agree. He had chosen a different path, the path of building rather than destroying, the path of leading rather than hunting. But he understood, and understanding was enough. They sat on the dune for 3 minutes. Then Naruto stood. Gaara, yes. Your village is better because you're in that chair. Don't let anyone take it from you. Gaara looked up at him. Something that was almost a smile touched the corner of his mouth. Almost. Then it was gone. Naruto walked down the dune. At the bottom, the golden lightning erupted. A crack of thunder that rolled across the desert. A white and gold streak that crossed the horizon in a blink. Then silence. Just the wind. Just the sand. Just a young Kage sitting on a dune, looking at the place where a comet had been. Kaguya Otsutsuki descended from the sky on a day that had no name. She came from beyond the shinobi world, beyond the elemental nations, beyond the framework of chakra and jutsu that every living being in this reality took for granted. She was the origin, the rabbit goddess, the woman who had eaten the chakra fruit and become the first wielder of chakra on this planet. The woman who had been sealed by her own sons and imprisoned in the moon, for the seal was broken. Zetsu, the ancient entity, the will of Kaguya herself, embedded in the world for centuries, manipulating events toward this single purpose, had completed his work. The reanimation war, Madara's defeat, the disruption of the Rinnegan's lineage, all of it had been threads in a tapestry that Zetsu had been weaving since before the hidden villages existed. Kaguya emerged. The moon's eye opened. The sky turned red, and the infinite Tsukuyomi began, not Madara's version. The real one, the original. The technique that the rabbit goddess had intended from the beginning. A genjutsu so vast, so absolute, that it used the moon itself as a medium and every living being with a chakra network as a target. The light of the moon washed over the planet. Where it touched, people froze. Their eyes went blank. Their bodies stiffened. Roots erupted from the ground and wrapped around them, the divine tree's tendrils, pulling them into the dream, drawing out their chakra, feeding it to the goddess. Across the world, the genjutsu hit. Shinobi and civilian alike, Kage and Genin, the strong and the weak. Every person with a chakra network, which was every person on the planet, was caught. The dream consumed them. They stood where they were, wrapped in roots, eyes open and seeing nothing, lost in a paradise that was a prison. Every person except one. Naruto Uzumaki stood on a battlefield that had gone silent. Around him, the allied shinobi forces, the combined armies of 5 nations, stood frozen in the moonlight, their eyes blank, their bodies being consumed by roots that grew from the earth like hungry fingers. The infinite Tsukuyomi's light washed over him. The genjutsu reached for his consciousness. It found nothing to grab. The infinite Tsukuyomi was a genjutsu, the most powerful genjutsu ever conceived, but a genjutsu nonetheless. It operated on chakra-sensitive beings. It required a chakra network to infiltrate, a chakra-based consciousness to rewrite. It was the ultimate expression of the chakra paradigm, the system that governed every living thing on this planet. Naruto did not operate within the chakra paradigm. He operated on the speed force. His consciousness was anchored to an energy system that existed outside this world's rules. The infinite Tsukuyomi reached for his mind and found a door that did not exist on its blueprint. The genjutsu slid off him the way water slides off glass. He was immune. Completely, absolutely, fundamentally immune. He was the only fully aware person on Earth. He looked around. The frozen army, the roots crawling across the ground, the red sky, the moon overhead blazing with the Rinne Sharingan, Kaguya's eye, the eye that combined the Rinnegan and the Sharingan into a single, world-ending instrument. Kaguya descended. She floated down from the sky. White robes, white hair, the Rinne Sharingan blazing in her forehead, 2 Byakugan in her sockets. She was beautiful in the way that natural disasters are beautiful, awe-inspiring, inhuman, and completely indifferent to the suffering she caused. She looked at Naruto, the one figure still standing on a battlefield of statues, the one consciousness still awake in a world of dreamers. "You resist," she said. Her voice was the voice of someone who had not spoken to a living being in 1,000 years. How curious. Naruto put on the mask. The voice doubled. The lightning erupted. The speed force surged to its maximum output, and the battlefield around him lit up in gold and white, the light fighting the red glow of the infinite Tsukuyomi for dominance. "You came to this world. Godspeed said, and called its people your harvest. Kaguya tilted her head. The Byakugan activated. She saw everything. The 360-degree vision, the chakra network visualization, the ability to perceive the internal structure of any living thing. She looked at Naruto the way she had looked at every living being on this planet, as food, as fuel, as raw material for the chakra fruit. But what she saw made her pause. The chakra network was there, faint, dormant, but wrapped around it, through it, beneath it, above it. An energy field that the Byakugan could see but could not identify. Gold, white, moving, pulsing, alive, connected to something so vast that the Byakugan's range could not find its edges. It was like looking at a person and realizing they were standing in front of an ocean, and the ocean was inside them. In all of Kaguya's long history, in all of the Otsutsuki clan's record of world eating and chakra reaping, she had never seen this. She had never encountered a being that existed outside the chakra paradigm. Every world the Otsutsuki had consumed operated on chakra. It was the universal energy. It was the only energy until now. "What are you?" Kaguya asked, and it was the most honest question she had ever asked. "I'm the end of your plan," Naruto said. He ran, not at his usual measured pace, not at the fraction of his speed that he used for combat against mortal opponents, at everything, the absolute limit. The speed force surging through every atom of his body at a level that transcended physical measurement. His body accelerated beyond light, beyond sound, beyond thought, beyond the conceptual framework of velocity that this world's physics could describe. A white and gold streak crossed the battlefield in a fraction of a second. The shockwave hit the ground and cratered it in a line that stretched from one end of the battlefield to the other. The allied shinobi, frozen, wrapped in roots, lost in dreams, were shielded by the residual speed force energy that Naruto left in his wake, the golden light forming a brief barrier that deflected the shockwave around each body. He hit Kaguya with a strike that carried the full, mass-infused output of massively superluminal velocity. A single punch. His fist connected with the rabbit goddess's midsection. The shockwave did not just shake the ground. It shook the barrier between dimensions. The punch's impact radiated outward in a sphere of force that rippled through physical reality and into the dimensions adjacent to it. Kaguya's personal dimensions, the ice dimension, the lava dimension, the gravity dimension, flickered like disturbed reflections. The fabric of space-time bent around the impact point and then snapped back like a rubber band, and the recoil generated a secondary shockwave that was somehow louder than the first. Kaguya was launched backward. Her body hit the ground, or rather she hit the dimensional boundary and punched through it, her own body breaching the wall between realities from the sheer force of the impact. She fell through empty space, through a void between dimensions, and caught herself with a burst of chakra that stabilized her position. She floated in the void. Her white robes were torn. A hairline crack ran across the skin of her abdomen. The first physical damage that had been inflicted on the rabbit goddess since Hagoromo and Hamura had sealed her a millennium ago. She looked down at the crack in her skin and her eyes widened. The Rinne Sharingan blazed. She regenerated. The crack healed in an instant. But the fact that it had existed, the fact that a physical blow from a mortal creature had damaged the body of an Otsutsuki goddess, rewrote her assessment of the threat. She shifted dimensions. The ice dimension materialized around them, a frozen wasteland, temperatures that would kill a normal human in seconds, the ground a sheet of ice that stretched to every horizon. The ash killing bones erupted from Kaguya's sleeves, white bones, sharp as scalpels, carrying the ability to reduce any living being to ash on contact. The ultimate weapon of the Otsutsuki bloodline, Naruto phased. The bones passed through him. His molecules vibrated at the frequency of the ice dimension's atmosphere, and the ash-killing bones, which were designed to interact with chakra-based life, could not make contact with a body that existed at a different frequency. The bones flew through his torso, through his arms, through his head, and embedded themselves in the ice behind him. Kaguya's eyes went wide. Naruto ran at her across the ice. Each footstep shattered the frozen surface for 100 meters in every direction. He vibrated the frequency of each dimensional plane as he entered it, the speed force adapting to the new physics instantaneously. The ice dimension's absolute cold could not slow him. The molecules in his body were vibrating so fast that they generated their own heat. The ice beneath his feet turned to water, then to steam, then to plasma. In the fraction of a second, his foot was in contact with the surface. Kaguya shifted again. The lava dimension. A world of fire and molten stone, the air thick with sulfuric gas, rivers of magma cutting through a landscape that was hell-given geography. Naruto ran through it. The lava parted around his phasing body. The heat was meaningless. The speed force generated an energy field that superseded ambient temperature. He hit Kaguya with a speed force lightning bolt, a concentrated arc of golden white energy that crossed the lava dimension's atmosphere in a straight line and struck the goddess in the chest. Kaguya blocked it with a chakra barrier. The barrier held for 1/10 of a second, then the speed force lightning burned through it. The bolt hit her torso, and the energy, not chakra, not lightning, not any force the Otsutsuki had ever cataloged, disrupted her Otsutsuki biology at the cellular level. Her skin cracked. Her regeneration kicked in. But the healing was slower this time. The speed force damage was not compatible with chakra-based regeneration. Her body was fighting to repair damage that it did not have the framework to understand. She shifted again. The gravity dimension. A world where gravity was 100 times Earth normal, where everything was crushed, where the air itself was a weight. Naruto ran through it. The speed force did not care about gravity. The speed force was motion. Motion was the fundamental force that preceded gravity, that existed before gravity, that would exist after gravity ended. He ran in 100 times Earth gravity at the same speed he ran at normal gravity, which was to say, at a speed that made the concept of gravity irrelevant. He reached Kaguya. He grabbed her wrist. His hand vibrated at the frequency that disrupted Otsutsuki biology, the same frequency he had used on her torso, refined, targeted, aimed at the energy channels that connected Kaguya to the infinite Tsukuyomi. "You came to this world and called its people your harvest," Godspeed said. The doubled voice echoed across the gravity dimension's crushing expanse. "You planted the divine tree. You ate the chakra fruit. You enslaved a planet's worth of life to feed your clan's hunger." Kaguya's free hand came up. A portal opened, a tear in dimensional space, leading to another reality, another escape route. She tried to pull free. Naruto held on. His grip was absolute. The speed force energy flowing through his hand and into her wrist disrupted her ability to phase between dimensions. She could not escape. For the first time in 1,000 years, the rabbit goddess could not leave. "The world you are trying to create is a prison," Naruto said. "A dream where no one chooses, where no one is free, where every consciousness is fuel for a tree that feeds a clan of parasites." Kaguya's Rinnersharingan blazed. She fired the expansive truth-seeking ball, a sphere of black energy that contained all 5 nature transformations plus yin-yang release. The ultimate destructive technique, the sphere that could erase anything from existence. Naruto ran. He ran around the truth-seeking ball at a speed that exceeded the sphere's expansion rate. The speed force energy he left in his wake formed a vortex around the sphere, a contained loop of kinetic force that pushed the sphere inward on itself. The truth-seeking ball collapsed under its own compressed force, the 5 natures turning against each other in a miniature apocalypse that detonated harmlessly in the contained vortex. Then he ran at Kaguya. Through her, his molecules phased to the frequency that disrupted the Otsutsuki biology, and he passed through her body from front to back. As he passed, the speed force energy disrupted the bindings that held her physical form in this dimension. The chakra channels that connected her consciousness to her body, the energy pathways that linked her to the divine tree, the dimensional anchors that kept her present in this reality. On the first pass, she staggered. He turned. He ran back through her. Second pass. More disruption, the channels fraying, the connections loosening. Third pass. Fourth. Fifth. Each one a loop of golden lightning that tore through her form from every angle simultaneously. She could not dodge. She could not block. She could not shift dimensions. He was everywhere and nowhere, a living bolt of gold and white that was dismantling her existence, one pass at a time. On the 10th pass, Naruto triggered the seal. He did not have a Rasengan. He did not have a Biju bomb. He did not have the 6 paths chakra that tradition demanded for this moment. He had the Speed Force, and the Speed Force, at maximum output, could create a contained vortex of energy powerful enough to fold space around a target. He ran the circumference of Kaguya's form at full speed, not around her body, around the dimensional space she occupied. He ran in a circle that was measured not in meters, but in dimensional coordinates, and the Speed Force energy he left in his wake formed a barrier that was not made of chakra, but of motion itself, a shell of absolute velocity that enclosed Kaguya in a prison of speed. Inside the shell, Kaguya's form could not expand, could not shift, could not escape. The dimensional portal she tried to open collapsed the moment they formed, the Speed Force barrier preventing any connection to adjacent realities. The infinite Tsukuyomi's link to the moon flickered. The connection between Kaguya and the Genjutsu wavered as the barrier cut her off from the external world. Kaguya screamed. The scream lasted for exactly 1 second. It was the sound of a goddess realizing that she had been sealed not by the power of chakra, but by the power of something she had never known existed. The barrier solidified. The Speed Force energy crystallized into a structure that was self-sustaining, a loop of motion that would run forever, powered by the same force that kept the universe moving forward. Kaguya was inside it. The dream was over. The harvest was done. The gravity dimension shattered around them, the dimensional space collapsing as Kaguya's influence over it was cut. Reality reasserted itself. The battlefield, the frozen army, the red sky, and then the red sky cleared. The infinite Tsukuyomi's light faded from the moon. The roots that had wrapped around the allied shinobi withdrew, sinking back into the earth. The dreamers stirred, eyes blinked, consciousness returned. The world woke up. The moon was just the moon again. Naruto stood on the battlefield. The Godspeed suit was dim, the gold conductive strips flickering, the white armor scorched and cracked in places. The Speed Force hummed in his body, but it was lower now, deeper, like a river after a flood. He had given everything. Not all of it. Not the infinite reserve. The Speed Force did not deplete. But the human body that channeled it had limits, and those limits had been tested. He breathed. Around him, the allied shinobi were waking up, confused, disoriented, looking at the sky that was blue again, and the ground that was scorched, and the golden-haired boy in the cracked white suit standing in the center of it all. Sasuke was the first to fully regain consciousness. The Mangekyo Sharingan had partially protected him from the Genjutsu. He had been caught, but not deeply, and the waking came faster. He stood. He looked at Naruto. He looked at the crystallized Speed Force barrier that hung in the air above the battlefield, Kaguya's form visible inside it, frozen, sealed, permanent. Sasuke looked at the barrier for a long time. Then he looked at Naruto. He said nothing. There was nothing to say. The shinobi world rebuilt. The months after Kaguya's sealing were the most significant period of political and social change in the elemental nation's history. The old systems did not survive. They could not. Too much had been exposed. Danzo's files, the Uchiha massacre truth, the Akatsuki's connections to institutional corruption, the five Kage's failures, documented in classified reports that were no longer classified because a boy in a white suit had decided the world deserved to know. The rebuilding was ugly. It was painful. Nations that had been enemies for generations had to learn cooperation. Kage, who had built their careers on the old framework, had to admit that the framework was rotten. Council members resigned. Military structures reformed. Intelligence agencies were reorganized with oversight that actually existed instead of being a polite fiction. It was not Naruto's doing. Not directly. He did not write policy. He did not sit in meetings. He did not negotiate treaties or sign accords or give speeches about the future. He was the reason. The motivation. The thing that every leader kept in the back of their mind when they were tempted to revert to the old methods. The knowledge that somewhere out there, moving faster than their fastest Anbu, faster than their best jutsu, faster than their most carefully laid plan, there was something watching. Something that had torn apart every corrupt system it had found and would tear apart the next one just as quickly. The world behaves differently when it knows it is being watched. Naruto did not take a throne. He did not claim a title. He did not become Hokage or Kage or any other word the old system had for the people who sat in high chairs and made decisions that affected millions. He became something the world did not have a word for yet. a constant, a presence, the understanding, baked into the bones of every government and every leader and every shinobi still breathing, that justice was no longer optional, that accountability was no longer theoretical, that the light was always coming. He stood on the Hokage monument one final time. The village was below, rebuilt, the invasion damage repaired, the streets busy with people who were living their lives the way people do. Shopping, arguing, laughing, carrying children, walking dogs, doing all the small human things that make a village instead of a collection of buildings. The 4 Hokage faces were carved into the mountain above. Hashiramas, Tobiramas, Hiruzens, Minatos. Naruto stood on Minato's head, the same spot he had stood 100 times, the same stone, the same view. He looked at his father's carved face for a long time, the hair that was identical to his own, the jawline, the eyes. The face of a man who had given everything for a village that had taken that gift and wasted it on cruelty and negligence and cowardice. Naruto did not speak to the stone. He was not the kind of man who spoke to stone. He had never been that kind of man. Not in this life and not in the one before it. But he let himself feel it. The grief, the weight, the memory of an 8-year-old boy bleeding in an alley while the world his father died for didn't care enough to stop it. The taste of copper on his tongue, the boot on his throat, the broken bottle coming down, and then the lightning, the spark behind the eyes, gold and white like staring into the sun through a keyhole, the speed force flooding through a dying child's body and waking up something that had been sleeping in the space between lives. He let himself feel it for exactly 10 seconds. 10. The smoke rising from the alley that night, the orange lamplight on wet stone. 9. August Hart's funeral, standing in the rain, watching the casket lower, knowing that the system had failed Jorge the same way it failed everyone. 8. The particle accelerator explosion, the lightning, the speed force touching him for the first time in a different world, in a different body, and saying, "You 7, the Godspeed suit, white and gold. The first night he put it on and ran through Central City and felt for the first time that the world could be fixed. 6. The alley in Konoha, the broken bottle, the boot, the 8-year-old boy reaching for a world that had already turned its back. 5. The hand phasing into the Chunin's chest, the first verdict, the first execution. The moment Naruto Uzumaki and August Hart merged into something that was neither and both. 4. The bridge, 212 men, 3 seconds. The blood running between the planks and the ocean below. 3. Orochimaru's face in the forest of death. The mile-long trench. The realization that the monsters were real and they wore human skin and they were protected by the systems that were supposed to protect everyone else. 2. The headband in the dirt. The golden lightning. The village disappearing behind him like a dream he was choosing not to have anymore. 1. This moment. The stone head. The village below. The morning light. He put the mask on. The voice doubled. The speed force surged. The lightning crawled across the suit. The gold conductive strips blazing like veins of sunlight. The white armor humming. The mask's smooth surface reflecting the morning light in a way that made it look like a face carved from lightning itself. He did not look back. He never looked back. He ran. A crack of thunder that echoed across the entire village. Golden lightning that turned the sky white for one blazing, impossible second. Every person on the street below looked up. Every shinobi in the tower paused. Every child on their way to the academy stopped and pointed at the sky. Then nothing. Just the morning. Just the village. Just the faces on the mountain and the wind and the sound of a world that had learned, was still learning, to behave. Somewhere east, a corrupt lord sat in his estate and thought he was untouchable. His hands were signing an order that would condemn 300 families to starvation so that his grain stores could be sold at a premium. He did not know that the order would never be carried out. He did not know that the scorch marks were already on their way. Somewhere west, a war criminal who had retired to a quiet life in a coastal town was sleeping soundly for the first time in years. He had decided that enough time had passed, that the bodies he had left in the land of rivers were forgotten, that the families of his victims had moved on. He did not know that nothing was forgotten. He did not know that the verdict had already been written. Somewhere south, a trafficking ring was celebrating. They had found a new route, a network of underground tunnels that connected 3 countries, invisible to border patrols, undetectable by sensor-type ninja. They had moved their first shipment that morning. 37 women, 14 children. They were counting their money and laughing. They were wrong. They were all wrong. Because there was a white and gold streak moving across the face of the world, and it did not sleep. It did not negotiate. It did not explain. It did not take days off or accept bribes or listen to pleas for mercy from men who had never shown mercy themselves. It only ran. It only judged. It only ended things. And somewhere, impossibly far away and impossibly close in every direction at once, present on every road and in every shadow and behind every door that hid a crime, the lightning moved. The suit blazed. The mask gave nothing away. The doubled voice had already delivered the verdict. The speed force had already carried the sentence. You can't outrun justice. And justice had just put on its mask and stepped off the Hokage monument and turned toward the rest of the world with the power of a god in its veins and the memory of a broken boy in its heart and the absolute, unshakable, terrifying certainty that the work was not finished and would never be finished. And that was exactly the point, because the world would always have dark corners, would always have men who thought their power made them untouchable, would always have systems that failed and institutions that broke and children who bled in alleys while the adults who were supposed to protect them looked the other way. And as long as that was true, the lightning would run. As long as that was true, the verdict would come. As long as that was true, the light they had learned to fear would keep burning. Gold and white, faster than thought, faster than hope, faster than the speed of a world trying to outrun its own sins. The first thing you need to understand is that Naruto Uzumaki died at age 8, and what woke up has never stopped running. Godspeed.
And that's Naruto Uzumaki. Not the boy who wanted to be Hokage. The one who looked at the whole broken system, said enough, and became something the shinobi world calls a nightmare, and the streets call justice. If this hit different, you already know what to do. Subscribe and stay in the light.